Please feel free to ask for clarification, please, if you are not sure about a question. And after 2 hours, we normally take a break. And our chief registrar will guide you where to have that rest, where to sit. So welcome to the interview. And I will start with the first question. Just looking at the profiles, you are the youngest candidate to apply for this job. And I really congratulate you for your big dream.
Thank you.
My question is, what informed you or your decision to apply for the CJ job? Just briefly, maybe 5-10 minutes.
Yes. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Yes, I'm one of the youngest in terms of application, but may say that I'm not the youngest in terms of experience. And why do I say so? I have a short, brief history. I was born in a family of almost 25 children, a polygamous family. I am the firstborn, and I became their leader when I was very young, taking care of them. Thereafter, I would want to give out my story. I was born and brought up in Nakuru. Later, I went to a primary school called Menengai Primary School in Rongai, Nakuru. I proceeded to Kipsigis Girls, then to Solian Girls, then to the University of Nairobi. Chairman, the issue of being young was manifested in me, that is leadership in me, when I was waiting to join the university in 1989. I was called to start a secondary school called Kirobon Secondary School, and I started it from the scratch. At that particular time, Chairman, I was only 21 years old, and I was the headmistress of that school. From there, Chairperson, I joined UON to pursue LLB. That was in 1989 up to 1992. And while at the university, I was made a class representative and also representative to the Senate. Issues of disciplinary issues affecting students, I was in charge at that particular time when I was in Parkland's campus. Still, I was very young.
Councillor, are you referring to any material? Because we prefer that you just talk to us without referring to any written notes.
Oh,
thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I think I'm used to writing. That's a problem with advocates in court. From the University of Nairobi, Chairperson, I joined, we had a short stint outside. We couldn't join Kenya School of Law on time. We joined Kenya, we finished in 1992 and joined Kenya School of Law towards the end of 1994. There was a problem of the double intake. While I was in that limbo, I joined Kenya Industrial Estates, where I became the legal officer with attendant duties of drafting documentations, advising investors and all that. Then thereafter, Kenya School of Law, wherein I completed in 1995. After completion, I got married, moved to Eldoret, and set up a family. I am a mother of 2 children, grown-ups. Unfortunately, I lost my husband in 2012, but life has moved on. In Eldoret, I opened up Yano and Company Advocates. That was towards the end of 1996. and that is the law firm I still run up to date. Despite other engagements I've been getting from side to side, the main engagement that I've been running from 1996 to date is Yano and Company Advocate. While in Eldred, we formed a group. We called ourselves the Few At Least Enlightened Women. We formed a group of about 6 ladies, and we said, what is it that we can give to the society? And the most important thing that we did is we came up with an NGO called RWIBIS, Rural Women Empowerment in Basic Services. And what did we do with this group? We realized that in the village, and especially Elgeyo Marakwet, our people were not very well economically endowed. And the majority of the affected were women and children. So that the moving factor was we had more of the mud hut houses, the grass thatched houses. And we made it a point to encourage our women to come together, to fundraise amongst themselves, and go towards ensuring that each and every family had a mabati house. And we were able to do so many. We would put the women together, we would encourage them, and then would link them with other NGOs for purposes of being funded. And that is a project that I'm still very proud of. And it is something that made me know that teamwork, you can be able to do a lot. Another issue that I did while in Eldred was not really joining Maendeleo Wanawake. Maendeleo Wanawake for us, especially from the rural areas, was everything in terms of women and children, girl child. So in Eldred, I now started to fully participate in the activities. And as you're talking right now, we've really been able to do a lot for the women in the village, encouraging them economically, socially, and even the issue that keeps on coming about FGM. Maendeleo ya Wanawake has really been able to do a lot, and especially from those regions where it's been prevalent for so many years. I think is a well-known issue, it's not a secret, that Elgeyo Marakwet at one time was considered the bedrock of FGM. But Maendeleo ya Wanawake, courtesy of the women who stood up, I included, went down and taught our women, our children, including our fathers, our brothers, that is a rite of passage that should be done away with. And right now, I'm happy to say that through those kind of initiatives like Maendeleo ya Wanawake, we've been able to do a lot. We even went as far as doing something that later we thought we should actually be able to sell to other places where FGM is very rampant. We came up courtesy of Dr. Susan Chebet, Moi University. She did a research on how is it that we can move, not only moving abruptly from FGM because there was lots of resistance. How is it that we massage the egos of these men who are insisting that these girls must go through FGM, of these women who think that without FGM they are not women? How do you massage their egos to feel, yes, we must do away with this thing, yet we don't do it in such a way that they go under the ground and still continue with the vice? The group came up with a project called Tumdonelel, and that project has really done wonders, wherein the girls don't go for the physical cut. What happens is when the schools close, the girls come all over from wherever they come from, their respective villages. They go into a school and they are taught modern way of doing things, hygiene, advice, hard work, how do you become a professor, that kind of thing. and it has worked wonders. And we are happy that Maendeleo not only has been able to economically empower the women on the ground, it has also done that.
Let me maybe refocus a little bit, Council.
Yes.
How have those experiences informed your decision to become CJ? That was the original question. What informed your decision to apply for the CJ job?
Thank you very much. When I look at it, really, when I was applying for this job, I looked at myself and I asked myself, Alice, do you think you can be able to do this job? And the answer was yes. Why? I have this team. I'm a hard worker. And I love to serve the public. And I was telling you, I give you the example of Maendeleo and Wake. It is a matter of giving to the society. After all, we got from the society. How do I replicate that and make it even in a better way? So I thought by joining or applying for the position of CJ would be able to foster that one much more. I've told you how I opened this school, and I was not yet through because at one point I was called, before I came to do the work of the Constitution. The Constitution we have is a precursor of the Boma's Constitution, which is famously referred to as the Yash Pal Guy's Constitution. Before I came to Nairobi to do the Constitution also, I was with Moi University Pension Scheme, and we were able to do a lot. No, sorry, it's the other way around. I came to Nairobi. I applied for the job to be one of the commissioners CKRC. I was taken in, and at that particular time, there was a lot of, it was around 2,000 who were taken in 2000. But before that, we had a lot of problems in this country, political upheavals, and what came out from the people is we must have a constitution. So at that particular time, they advertised for that position. I applied for it, and we were taken in. We were from the Parliamentary Selection Committee group, that is through Parliament process. But we had another initiative from the civil society. And that initiative from the civil society came in a bit later, because there was some bit of undercurrent that the others from the civil society should not join the mainstream, in quotes, mainstream ones from Parliament. And when we were put in, there was a lot of friction because we came from different divides. We were viewed as from the parliamentary side, and then the others came in from the civil society, and somehow we were not able to bond very well the first time. But thank God, out of our own initiatives, sitting, talking to each other, having a cup of tea, we were able to bond and to move and do the work of the commission. Chairperson, we had a major problem. In fact, we wasted almost 2 to 3 months squabbling in the commission. But luckily, after lots of deliberations and reminding ourselves the mandate for which we came into this review process, that is to deliver a constitution to Kenyans, we said, let's leave aside all our shenanigans, all our problems, let's come together and forge ahead and give a constitution to the people of Kenya. When I say that I think and I believe that I'm able to do the work of a Chief Justice, is when I look at what really, or the perception I hear bedevils here, I imagine the issue of teamwork, because if we could be able to team up, and that was very, very difficult, then we should be able to move ahead and ensure that Kenyans have the best from the judiciary. I also worked for Elgeyo Marakwet County That was in 2013. Just before that, I also worked in the task force, aligning the new constitution to the higher education. And our core mandate was, how do we have a feel of the universities and also of TVETs on the ground, that is we devolved units? Was it possible to devolve also higher education and TVETs? For which our answer was yes, and we came up with a team that took over the work and to ensure and implement our findings that maybe you should have had universities also or TVETs also in the devolved level of government. Yes, also I was one of the council members, Taita Taveta University, in its infancy. I was made a council member, and within, I think it was within a week, report to Voi. We want you and your team to go and set up Taita Taveta University. And we went there, we found, yes, there was a teachers' college, teachers' training college, and we came up with a plan on how we were going to set it up. And by the time I left, though I left after a short while, it was on its own feet and running. Thereafter, I joined politics, 2013, finished with it, came back, went back. That is, I went to, thereafter, I joined Elgeyo Marakwet County. And that is a pet subject because what made me join Elgeyo Marakwet County? Because somebody was asking me a very loud question about that. The salary was paltry, 109,000. Subjected to taxation, take home was 89. So somebody asked me, really, Yano, you leave your business, lucrative business in Nairobi to go to the county. But the informing factor was we wanted to go and strengthen the county by coming up with laws. So we came up as a team. We got a doctor from Elgeyo Marakwet. We got a professor from Elgeyo Marakwet to be in charge of education. I went there to be in charge of the legal part. We had an agriculturalist, about 6 of us. So we left Nairobi and went to the county. And I was able to do my part. And as we are talking right now, it's not a secret. Elgeyo Marakwet have the best county laws, and it is leading in county laws, courtesy of getting out of this place to go and help your county grow, and I'm very proud of that. So as of now, I'm running Yano and Company Advocate, and to tie that to the question you've asked me, from the experience I've given you, Madam Chair, is I'm a person who goes for it. I'm a go-getter. I'm a very courageous lady. And to add on to that, I give out. I like sharing out. I don't get and keep it to myself. I'd want others to benefit from my own experience. And that's why I was able to explain to you from the beginning what I've been doing to date.
Okay, Council, let's move on to the second question. When you talk to the stakeholders about the kind of CJ they would want, they say that they want a transformative leader who can lead the judiciary. They also say that they want a leader, a CJ, who can also lead in jurisprudence. So please demonstrate to the Commission that you are this leader, both transformative and also a leader who can lead your colleagues in the development of jurisprudence.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yes, on transformation, first of all, I would want to thank the teams that have been there from 2011 to date, because they have done transformation, that is, they came up with the JTF. They've done also sustaining judicial transformation. And when I glossed over the documentation, I found that a lot had been done. As a transformative leader, what I believe in is mine is to work on what is there. And I want to look at it from an example. I look at it from where it started, where it is, and what is it I can bring in. And I want to bring in an analogy there to say, look.
And Council, once more,
yes,
I'm discouraging you from referring to any notes. Just talk to the commission. Maybe you can keep the notes aside.
Actually, I was writing the question. I'm not referring to any notes.
Okay, thank you. All right, just talk to us.
Yes, I want to look at it from, I want to give an example. What comes to my mind is, here is a patient that was before the promulgation of the Constitution. And here is the team that has just come into the judiciary, and they find a patient, because there's no hidden secret that before the promulgation of the Constitution, we were in a very bad state in terms of judiciary. So this team comes in, they find a patient, and they diagnose this patient. What is ailing this patient? And it came out clearly that this patient was sick, and what was ailing the patient is A, B, C, D. Lacked finances, maybe human resource was not adequate, or did not have full capacity. ICT was not well developed, issues of backlog of cases. And after diagnosing, they said, yes, how do we treat this patient? What is the medicine? And they brought in medicine, started fundraising and asking for more money from the consolidated fund to ensure they plug in part issues of finances, getting IMF to assist in putting up infrastructure. Issue of, they came up with the issue of human resource, training, making use of the JTI, and I think also there must have been some benchmarking. Then come ICT. Also, they brought in issues of ICT. I can see Milimani. We have the gadgets there, and I know Supreme Court is fully functional. And then saw how best they could do away with the backlog of cases. I'm just giving examples, Madam Chair. So they've seen the patient has all these, and they've tried to met some treatment onto the patient. SJT came in also, and they built on this and strengthened and ensured the patient is getting better by going for further funds, fundraising further, also training their staff, seeing how best can we do away with backlog of cases. And in fact, one of them that came out very clearly the other day, and I'm so happy about, is court-annexed mediation, which is really assisting in clearing of the backlog of cases. And also working on ICT. Right now we have e-filing. We can pay through, we can pay electronically and all that. So they've really tried to sustain. Now, when I come in as part of this transformation, yes, sustaining will still be there. But what will Alice Yano bring in case I became a CJ? There is what usually comes to my mind when I look at all this. In as much as we are sustaining, the kind of treatment we are giving could be causing more problems than it's solving. Or the kind of treatment, we are giving treatment, but then there are other opportunistic problems that come out of it, opportunistic diseases. And I was looking at it and I said, some of these things can just be corrected within a short time, may not even take long. When I look at ICT, in as much as it is fully dependent on financial, that is to be made, to be funded heavily. But from what is there right now, that can be solved even very quickly. I'm sorry to say this, Chairperson, because also at times I sit with the members of staff. All of us come from a mixed group, and you get to hear what they say. There's that fear of loss of jobs. Some of them say, look, fine. If ICT becomes optimum, what will happen to our jobs? So there's a resistance somewhere. Some of them could be resisting. Though I'm not saying they're resisting. I'm saying some of them could be resisting. Is there an assurance that the members or the staff can be assured that you can as well be trained in the same field or even transferred to another field and you're still able to work for the judiciary and also able to ensure that the judiciary moves towards achieving its core business? Finances, yes, I can say a lot has been done. But then what I was saying also is there a possibility that we can be able to ensure that if there is an amount that has been slotted for the judiciary, we get it in full, so as in there's any budgetary provisions that have been put in place, they're not disrupted. When also it comes to issues of finances, is there a way also of expanding and moving out from the usual donors? Are there any other donors that can be approached? But in this case, also independence must be key. And if it is infrastructure, I know some of the counties been giving out land for purposes of constructing law courts. Can we still pursue that? So there are so many things that can be done to strengthen what the SJT has been doing. And I will not stop there. There are so many, because when I look at issues of backlog of cases, Chair, backlog of cases to me mostly, yes, it is real. But how do we solve it? These are patients now we are sustaining. We've been trying to solve these cases, case backlog, by getting more judges, getting more judicial officers, maybe getting more staff. Is there a way that we can be able to move also ahead and apply other alternative dispute resolution mechanisms to ensure we reduce on the backlog? Is there a way also?
Council, I thought we have those other alternatives, or you mean more? Addition?
Yes, yes, that's why I want to give an example.
Okay.
My chairperson. From where I come from, I do practice in Kaijada County. Thank you, and I'm grateful for the team that came up with NCAJ, because CUCs are very active in Kaijada County. That one I must say, because usually, and it has really helped in a way in reducing the backlog of cases in a very simple way. If there is a boundary dispute, in most cases, we are told as parties, is there a way you can talk amongst each other, include members of the CUC, go to the ground, go and look at what could be the problem on the ground. And you'll find you'll get the chief there, you'll get the headman there, you'll get some how do I call, nyumba kumi people there, and they will sit and they say, yes, look, we may not seriously have a problem. The problem is our neighbor here feels that because he works somewhere and is very rich, he can come and bring us problems. So it's like, was there really a serious dispute, boundary dispute problem? No, it's ego. It's like you want to behave that you're tough, even as you're showing we are tough. That is an example I'm giving. The other issue also is, apart from CUCs, and I want to look also, I give an example of Elgeyo Marakwet. And this is a very interesting example, Chair. I think there's some paper that has been written on it, though I don't think it has circulated widely. Marakwet have a very special way of dealing with murder cases. I say this, though I would not want to contradict the issue that maybe customary law could go against written law. If a Marakwet committed murder, what happens is it will behove upon the family or the uncles, that is where the mother came from, to pay, to restitute the family that lost their person. And what they do is they count bone by bone, like if it is the index finger, we have 3 bones, 1, 2, 3. So they count all the bones in the body. And they come to the family where the mother came from, and these are the bones of our deceased person, pairs those bones in terms of cattle. And what happens is, if they paid, that is a long time ago now, if they paid, what would happen is they clear with it, and the person is let to go free. But at the advent of the written law, yes, murder is committed. This person is taken to court. Fortunately, if he comes out, the same procedure will still apply to him. They have the mothers, where the mother's family must be able to pay cows equivalent to the bones in the body of that person. What does that one tell us? It is a deterrence. At the end of the day, these people usually live very well, and I cannot say I've heard of any murder case for a long, long time. Because when you're told you're going to pay cows equivalent to each and every bone in the body, you'll run away. You'll not want to repeat that.
Okay, I think I'll stop there. But there's something you didn't answer, and I really don't want to leave it. If you become CJ counsel,
yes,
you'll also be the president of the Supreme Court, and in which case you'll be required to give leadership, as I said earlier, in the development of jurisprudence. So how, you didn't demonstrate to us, counsel, how you can do this, how you're going to work with your colleagues. Just 1 minute, yes, then we can move on.
Yes, I remember, Chair. Sorry, that was actually the second limb of your question. Yes, Supreme Court, if I become the Chief Justice Chair, I know Supreme Court works in tandem, in a collegial manner, such that whatever judgments or rulings they come up with, in most cases, they would have had a conference and looked at the same, whether they agree on it or not, then parties can be able, if one of them has not or two of them have not agreed on the decision, they can give out their reasons why they've not agreed. When I become the Chief Justice, one of the most important tasks is to create jurisprudence, but of course not creating jurisprudence as Alice Yano alone. When matters come before the Supreme Court, we must sit together as judges of the Supreme Court and look at it, do critical thinking, come up with a way forward and a judgment that does only look good to the Supreme Court, because it will be binding upon the other courts, must come up with a judgment that will make sure that flows to ensure development of the law.
Okay, thank you very much. And now I'll request Acting CJ to continue the technical questions.
Thank you. Council, what do you know to be the functions of the Office of the Judiciary Ombudsman? And as Chief Justice, what are you going to do to enhance what it does?
Yes, thank you very much, my lady. Yes, the chief function of the Ombudsman, Judiciary Ombudsman, is to receive complaints from the public and see how best to solve those complaints. As the issue of strengthening the Ombudsman, the best that can be done first is evaluation, because I really don't know how it handles these matters. But from the public there, really, we've not heard so many complaints about it. So I don't know how it's being handled now, but to me, strengthening will mean maybe in terms of human resource.
Council, if you don't know what it does, then you really can't know how
I know,
to
sorry, my
enhance
lady,
it.
I know what it does. I've already explained to you what it does.
I'm using your words, but we could make a little progress.
Yes.
Do you know what role it plays in the judiciary transformation?
Yes. The role it plays in judiciary transformation is, my lady, you see, outside there, we have so many complaints, whether true or perceived. And these complaints have really had an impact on the workings of the judiciary, such that, you know, the judiciary is made to look like it does not work, it does not do what, you know, so many complaints that could be there or not there. But to me, really, because I'm a consumer of the legal services of the judiciary, I may not really have so much to say about whether I may not say that it has not delivered, because I'm a consumer. If a member of the public has such an issue that really bothers him or her, the best that member of the public is to go to the Ombudsman. And the Ombudsman from there will take over that matter, look at the merits and demerits, and it should be able to assuage that member of the public that that problem is either something to be followed up or it rests there. And that way, the Ombudsman's office would have given lots of confidence to the members of the public that really we are taken care of in the judiciary.
Thank you, Council. The Office of the Judiciary Ombudsman does more than just look at complaints. Maybe Council could look at that at a later date. Information and communication technology, Council will agree, is seen as a key realization of the strategies and strategic direction the judiciary wishes to take. Would Council please name specific proposals on how Council would enhance our current position as Chief Justice?
Please, my DCJ, kindly repeat the question.
I'll do it again.
Yes.
What is the role of ICT in the strategic direction of the judiciary, and how would council, if she became Chief Justice, deal with the issue of ICT in the judiciary? With directed answers, kindly.
Yes, the role of ICT in judiciary is actually to make the work easy for the judiciary. Once we have electronic transmission of court proceedings, electronic storage of all court documentations, proceedings, judgments, rulings, and all that, electronic filing, electronic, we have now filing, we have even paying court fees and all that. The role of ICT in judiciary is insurmountable. It is very, very important, because then it lessens the workload by virtue of reducing time taken to write. It also lessens financial obligations, because when we use the paperwork and all that, it's so expensive. And also the role of ICT also in the judiciary brings in, and I see it is working very well, it brings in some sense of confidentiality and trust between the judiciary and members of the public. Why do I say so? Because then there isn't a lot of physical interaction between litigants, advocates, general members of the public with the judiciary officers. So that notion, that feeling of, may I give an example, that issue that comes up that maybe judicial staff are bribed may not come up at all, because now, if the money goes electronically, where does this staff come in for purposes of that perception of being bribed comes from?
Allow me to redirect counsel to answering the question on what counsel would do if you became the Chief Justice to prioritize. We have identified it as a key objective of our strategic plan. You will find it at that stage. So as Chief Justice, how would you take it forward as a priority?
Thank you very much, my lady. In fact, true, it's very true. It is a real priority right now. Not only because of COVID, the world has gone there. And there is no way we'll ever come back to the way we've been doing things manual. How do I prioritize it? Yes, I think the major thing that we have, actually the major problem that we have, is issue of funding, finances, to fund ICT, whether in terms of the real gadgets, the machines, or training, or training so that members of the judiciary, and not only the judiciary, also the consumers of the services should also be informed that it's very important we are going ICT. So the priority that I'm looking at is, from the part of funding, what is it? What is the opportunity cost that we can apply? What is it that we can do away with for the time being to strengthen ICT? For me, I would say that maybe we can stay some structures, that is court buildings, because I know there's been a very concerted effort to put up courts all over the counties, and I'm very happy because I think there are very few counties that are remaining without the courts. maybe we can look at it in such a way that, yes, we may continue with construction of the county offices, but let us reduce a bit. Let us cut down a bit on what goes to those structures and bring it towards prioritizing ICT.
Yeah. Thank you, Council. What do you know to be the role of leadership management teams in the judiciary? What is their role? And what challenges do they face to your knowledge? And how are you to improve them as Chief Justice and solve the problems?
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, management in the judiciary is key, and I know very well that there are teams that have been created to ensure that the core business of the judiciary is served. When I look at teams in the judiciary, I look at the teams that, like JLAC, that is the advisor.
Council, let's do this. Huh?
Yes.
Please tell us the membership of our leadership management teams at court stations.
Leadership? Sorry.
That team we call LMT. It's the leadership management team, and they are at each level of court. It's not the advisory committee to the Chief Justice. These are at court level. So my initial and first question was whether you know what they are and the role they play. So maybe you could answer that directly.
Yes, thank you very much, my lady. I may not describe LMT as such, but once you've guided me to say that they are at each and every level of the judiciary, then what comes to my mind is the level at the Supreme Court, the level at the Court of Appeal, the High Court.
Council, as a matter of fact, do you know the existence of the LMTs? Because if you don't, we go to another issue.
I mean, say I'm not really aware of that.
Thank you.
Yes.
You said something about CUC earlier when you were engaging with our chair, but without the details you gave earlier, can you tell us the specific roles played by CUC?
Thank you very much, my lady. Yes, CUC is a product of NCAJ. By virtue of being a product of NCAJ and looking at the composition of NCAJ, it is a stakeholders body.
I said functions, Council.
Yes, I'm coming there, my lady.
Okay.
I'm coming there, my lady. Thank you very much for
Okay.
Yes. And when you look at the composition of NCAJ, we have all the stakeholders that can be able to come together and bring in issues of or assist in administration of justice. So CUC is on the ground level, and it has almost carried the same membership of NCAJ to the lower level. And the main function that I know of, and especially from my experience, is helping in the administration of justice, because like on the ground, you have, I can just give an example, you have an OCS. An OCS must ensure that those ones who are in police custody are delivered on time to court to take place. That's an example I'm giving. You also find that on the ground we'll have prisons officer and they are the ones who will be able to bring remandees on time to court. So the core function of UCUC is to help in administration of justice so that we can have cohesiveness.
Thank you, Counsel. The 2005 final CKRC report, which you signed, interestingly recommended the establishment of village elders tribunals to hear and determine land disputes, and hear and determine matters of personal law. Might you want to tell us the rationale for that recommendation? And then after you've done that, can you tell us what the judiciary has done that is akin to that situation since the 2010 Constitution?
Yes. The precursor to this CKRC, sorry, we call it a draft, the 2005 draft, was after collecting views from all over the country. We went as far as Turkana, Wajir, wherever. We even came, I remember we were even outside here, we came here to take the views of the judiciary. And when we sat down to collate the views, after collecting and all that, we collected the views. What came as one of the major issues of dispute resolution, actually this is mostly part of what they wanted we wanted to have it as part of dispute resolution, was in the villages mostly, and that is where we find the majority of the consumers of justice. In the villages, there are so many ways that they can do their own disputes in terms of regulating their own affairs, including land and also personal laws. And I had mentioned earlier how even they could be able to regulate boundaries. They still do it. I know of some groups that do it. So the land dispute tribunals, we've been having them, I think, for a long, long time. We've been having them in our legislation. Yes, we used to have it. I'm not so sure right now. In a way, it involved the provincial administration then, and maybe some women representatives. We say public, they could pick some members of the public, and they will sit down and agree on how disputes on land were going to be dealt with. But yes, I think it's been done away with, because after that, I think that is the second limb of your question, my lady, is that we have ELC, which has the mandate to do all these irrespective. On the second limb of personal law, how we arrived at that, it was very pertinent that some communities wanted to do their own things differently, as long as the rider it's not repugnant to justice and morality, and it's not against the written law. And we were able to come up, like even, for example, what we have even right now in our constitution, we were able to come up with Curtis courts. I remember there was a lot of fightings, those ones of why should we have it. But generally we agreed and we said, here, there's no problem. This is personal law. If they have their own way of solving it, so let it be. Let them solve their own personal laws, that is marriage, divorce, I think also inheritance. Can we leave it to them? Yes.
Okay. Are you done? Sorry.
It's okay.
All right. Inside the judiciary, we have something called the alternative justice system. Would you know what that is?
Yes, I do,
Okay.
my lady.
Council, please tell us what it is and how it works here, the role it plays, please.
Thank you very much, my lady. First, I must start by congratulating you because I didn't know that it had come into fruition. Sometimes back, I think it was being debated upon quite a lot. Alternative, sorry, was it AJS?
Yes.
I think it is to do with encouraging communities and members of our holistic society to try as much as possible to solve disputes using their own traditional way or customary methods, as long as it does not go against the norms of what I've been saying. That is not repugnant, it's not against the written law. And I believe if that is what has come up, then the backlog of case backlog will really go down.
Have you seen our policy on AJS?
No, I've not seen it, my lady.
All right, we
Yes.
launched it just the other day.
Thank you.
Do you know the difference between AJS and ADR?
Yes, I may talk very well about ADR because it's more or less structured. We have arbitration, we have mediation, we have negotiation. But then when it comes to AJS, since I've not seen your policy, my lady, I may not really want to say so much about it.
All right, all right. And I understand, and you're quite right there. But let's go to something else. As Chief Justice, Council, you would be our team leader and the link between us and other organs of state, including county governments. Now, you told us earlier that you are a county attorney?
Yes.
Good. Now, what did you acquire there that would enhance your link between us and the county governments? Let's just remain with the county governments.
Okay. The link, my lady, is very well pronounced, not only in the Constitution, but also in the legislation. It's very important. I mean, the judiciary cannot live as an island on its own. It must be able to interact with the other links, whether it's the links of the government or the way also you've told me, your lady, that also with the links in the county government. The link is very important because one, let's say, judiciary on its own cannot stand on its own without being with the others. And if that one happens, then it is bound to fail. It's very, very important. Only that the overriding factor, my lady, is independence of the judiciary must be safeguarded altogether. But does not mean that when you link with the other arms of government or also the county government, then that independence is eroded.
Would council know, we are still on the same thing, so
Yes.
whatever you wanted to say now, you can continue saying. But we are looking for your knowledge of what we have done with county governments.
Yes.
Administratively to support them and what they have done themselves to enhance the performance of the judiciary in access to justice, because that's our core mandate.
Most obliged. Thank you, my lady. What came into my mind, definitely, that is the first thing is I remember there was a circular that county governments should be able to provide at least land for purposes of enabling the judiciary to put up structures, court structures. And that was a good gesture, and I know most of the counties, including also Elgeyo Marakwet, as I'm speaking right now, has already ceded out land to the judiciary so that it can be able to build structures. And the other thing that also came to my mind sometimes back is once the county government has ceded out land to the judiciary, it will also be upon the county attorney of that county and also the judiciary legal team to ensure that that property is registered under Judicial Service Commission, so that we don't have a situation where maybe with the time, if there are any altercations, it will be, the judiciary, the judicial officers in the locals might be kicked out. So that is also another very important part. Apart from ceding out land, also ensuring documentations are properly done. That will be a very important link. And the other one, my lady, is communication is key. Even this perception we have in the judiciary as maybe we don't work, or that is as judiciary, that judiciary does not work optimally, the backlog, the bad name that comes here, we could use that channel, because the county governments have a very good channel of communication. Communication not only in the sense of holding barazas, but also, disseminating issues from the county to the ward level, to the sub-ward level, all the way to the village. So you will find even the common mwananchi in the village there would know what judiciary is doing if the judiciary can be able to take advantage of that communication system that disseminates to the people on the ground.
Thank you, Counsel. If you come in here as Chief Justice, you would automatically be the President of the Supreme Court. One of your leading roles there is to lead as the jurisprudential head of the entire institution. And therefore, in respect of jurisprudence, we would not get a better person than the Chief Justice. You will find 6 co-equal judges as far as jurisprudence is concerned, and you will be the team leader. Please explain to us what you see, listen to my question, as the role of a dissent judgment in a collegial court such as the Supreme Court.
Yes, thank you very much, my lady. Yes, as I'd said earlier, as President of the Supreme Court, being the Chief Justice, a Chief Justice is first among equal. When it comes to decision making, the Chief Justice is not at a higher rank than the others. So what does it call for? It calls for honest, fair decision making amongst all the sitting members of the Supreme Court at that particular time. And once they have, before even they can concretize their own decision making, maybe they would call for a conference and discuss issues.
Sorry, let us remain with the issue. The issue is your view on dissent judgments from a collegial court.
Yes, ma'am.
There's something we are looking for.
Yes. So, my lady, once they've agreed and there is a dissent from one of the judges, then of course the same is recorded. And it is very important because this is part of building jurisprudence. Dissent does not mean that you're not happy with what your colleagues have done. You also, this other judge is coming up with how they feel and think this matter should have been adjudicated upon. So for me, it is very clear that even this dissent maybe in future could be the reigning or could become reference point towards achieving better jurisprudence, because society is dynamic. They could be, the dissent of today may not be the dissent of tomorrow. It could actually be the precedent of tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yes.
We've had critique of the Supreme Court as being the court that has created for itself unlimited appellate jurisdiction. Unlimited appellate jurisdiction. What would counsel say about that critique? Is it in fact a critique or a criticism? And what is the truth or otherwise of the original statement?
Yes, my lady, I think also this one is a matter of discussion and conjecture. Because when I look at that, what comes to my mind immediately, some case that the ones who criticize what the Supreme Court did are saying that there should be an end to litigation at some point. I think this is a new case, though I've glossed over it. I was not part of it. And from what I followed from that case is Section 35 of the Arbitration Act. I mean, towards bringing an end to litigation must end at the High Court. But after the High Court, the matter ended at the Supreme Court. So,
is counsel saying that the Supreme Court had no jurisdiction to hear Newton?
No, my lady, I'm coming from the point that you asked me about the critics, the criticism and all that. That is what came out. But I'm not saying that Newton case was a bad decided case. No, I'm just mentioning.
And that's not the issue.
Yes.
I think we must stand guided. You have said something about Section 35. The question is, arising from what counsel has just mentioned now, is whether the Supreme Court in fact had jurisdiction to hear the issues raised in Newton.
My answer would be definitely yes.
Because we're talking about unlimited appellate jurisdiction. That's what we are addressing right now.
Yes, you had it right. Because, can I explain further?
Yes, of course.
Yes.
Of course.
Because on issues of interpretation of the Constitution and issues of general public, then it has jurisdiction to hear those matters.
Yeah,
so for me, yes.
No, you're quite right there, but the issue is we have this category of justice consumers. The one part says this court has created for itself unlimited appellate jurisdiction. Now, we are asking you not so much your view as to whether that statement is indeed correct, but where it comes from. Any person who says that, what would be bothering them?
I actually don't think that the Supreme Court does not have that unlimited appellate jurisdiction. It does. And to answer it shortly, my mind comes to what would it be that may want other or may call for criticism, is the sense that when we look at, sorry to go back to arbitration, my lady, when you look at that arbitration issue, it's like this is a commercial dispute. If it's a commercial dispute, maybe parties would want to clear with it, finish with it, and move on and do other things. But when now the critics or criticism that I hear from that is by taking it all the way to the Supreme Court could be time consuming and waste of money. And that is where I come from, not that I'm saying or I would agree with those criticisms.
Thank you, Counsel. Let's put the question differently. What is the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court?
Yes, the main ones are to hear or to hear petitions, presidential petitions, which is the original jurisdiction. Mm-hmm. Secondly, to hear appeals on interpretation of the Constitution. Mm-hmm. And issues touching on matters of public importance. Mm-hmm. The other one also is to hear, apart from petitions, I think that one, yes, when I say apart from the petitions, that is matters of public importance, interpretation of the Constitution, and also to hear appeals from the High Court.
Thank you, Counsel.
Yes.
Back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Acting CJ. Thank you very much, Counsel. And now we go to Honorable Commissioner Judge Wasame to continue with the questions. Judge, please.
Thank you, Professor. Counsel, from your CV, you said you have worked with the county, you have been a county attorney for Elgeyo Marakwet.
Yes, my lord.
And you have dealt with a lot of legislations, as you said.
Yes, my lord.
The biggest threat to devolution is the county assemblies.
Yes, my lord.
And the way they undertake impeachment of governors.
Yes.
Tell us two ways in terms of legislation proposals you will give governors or the Council of Governors to insulate them from this persistent and consistent impeachment motions filed.
Yes, it's true, my lord. County assemblies have been the guillotine houses for most of the governors. One of them is on the issue of accountability by the county governments also. I think a legislation should come up wherein the county governments are made to be accountable for the money they're using the county assemblies are made to be accountable to the money they're using in the county assemblies. That's very important because that will make them also know that in as much as they're watchdogs as against the county government, they should also be watched. I don't know whether I'm getting each other.
Yes, you're there. Again, Another problem I find in this impeachment, it talks about whenever a vacancy arises in the office of the governor through impeachment, or the office of the president. For the office of the president, the deputy takes over for the remainder of the term. And for the office of the governor, the deputy governor. What is your view on that constitutional provision? The fact that, you know, we have elected our president directly ourselves, we have not elected the deputy governors, and we are giving them fruits on the silver platter. Is it time to change that legislation?
My Lord, that's a very emotive issue, and I think it's in the public outside there. The discussion is very live, and I'll be a bit uncomfortable giving my opinion on that.
Yes.
It's a very live discussion.
Yes.
Yes.
Again, under Article 193, a governor is not eligible for re-election. In terms of 193, for example, and I take this very important, 193(2), I think this is the one which deals with impeachment, has been found in accordance with any law to have misused or abused a state office or a public office, or to have contravened Chapter 6, is not eligible, among other things. But the most critical aspect which I want you to address is this, which is 193(3), which says a person is not disqualified under Clause 2 unless all possibility of appeal or review of the relevant sentence of the decision has been exhausted. Now, this is my question. For you to exhaust the appeal process, the review process, and to overturn the decision of the Senate, both as a sitting president and as a governor, there shouldn't be a situation whereby you are removed today, maybe at 11 p.m., and the following morning you find somebody in your office before you have exhausted the review process, the appeal process, and the sentence has not been set aside or confirmed, the decision. Now, is it time, because the Constitution is not clear, time for us to review process, either for the sentence to be, or the decision to be overturned or confirmed in terms of timelines of the impeachment process?
Yes, my Lord, I would want to answer it this way. Yeah, it's a very tedious process, and especially after the Senate, then to the so many cases, because things don't seem to move as per what is provided for by the Constitution. I really did not get the second limb on how you crafted the question, my Lord.
I said, is it time for us to propose a legislation to give governors time within which to challenge the decision before somebody takes over their office after impeachment?
I think that will be natural justice, my Lord. That is given time, because you're saying that immediately after impeachment, the deputy, let's talk about the deputy.
The deputy governor.
Governor takes over.
Yes.
And then the governor had not exhausted the appeals or had not even started the channel of appealing against
Yes.
the decision of the Senate,
Yes.
that it is a high time we give them time to exhaust those channels, and with the time limit.
Which means if he cannot be disqualified from running for a second term, cannot be disqualified from running for a second time because he has exhausted the mechanisms provided under the Constitution, that he also does not lose his office within the first or second day of impeachment. Is there timelines which we must provide? The fact that there is no timelines after impeachment.
I think so, my lord. I think that is an issue where one has to really think deeply about it.
Okay.
Yes.
Again on impeachment, and if it's difficult, you don't need to answer. Under Article 145C, 1C, one of the grounds for removal of the President of the Republic is for gross misconduct. Under Article 181, 1C, which is also similar in terms, among other issues, is abuse of office or gross misconduct. For the president, the word abuse of office is not used under the Constitution. But for the governor, both the word is abuse of office or gross misconduct is used. Do you have any reasons for that? Or any proposals? Or your views?
I think abuse of office will call for a higher standard of proof. Gross misconduct maybe could be taken at almost face value as long as it can be proved that it was gross misconduct. That's my thinking about it.
Okay. There is a debate about whether a speaker or a governor is an employee. Therefore, the labor court has jurisdiction or has no jurisdiction. Are you aware of that debate?
No, I'm not aware of that.
You are not aware of that debate?
Yes.
Okay, so I will not ask you that. And this is my last question. If I tell you that the biggest threat to national security in our country is tribalism and or nepotism, 2, populating wrong people in a sensitive places, and thirdly, in that priority, among others, and then other things follow. Will you agree?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. I wish you well.
Thank you, my lord.
Council, you don't want to elaborate a little bit
Yes.
with what Judge Wasame asked?
Sample writings. You presented 6 samples. One was a written submission in a land case at the Kaijada ELC. Second one was election petition Kaijada West, a submission for one of the respondents. The third submission was a running down case at the Kaijada Magistrates Court. Then you presented 2 submissions on a no case to answer in respect of the Magistrates Court, and another submission in opposition to an injunction application in a succession court in Nairobi. I must say that the submissions are clear, well written, and I will ask you questions related to not necessarily on the subject of the case, but technical issues surrounding what you have written. And asked you about the Supreme Court. That's an important court. Have you had a chance to read the strategic plan?
No, I've not had a chance to read the
You have not had
plan,
a chance. So just tell us very briefly what you understand.
Raukia siku njema na tunukiwa offers kila siku. Pata offers zote mahali pamoja ili uongeze zaidi, utume SMS zaidi na ubrowse zaidi.
Wewe usijali. Tuma namba ya kila supplier kwa hiyo soko. Ndio vile nitaongea na kila mmoja wao.
Very good. Piga *444 hash utunukiwe Credo double.
Raukia siku njema na tunukiwa offers kila siku.
Oh, hi. It's not what you're thinking. It's a cup of coffee. Coffee, movie. Together, coffee with movie. Every Sunday, 8 p.m. on TV 47. Where we bring you interesting, enticing people. Well, we've concentrated on musicians.
Yeah. Yeah.
Producers.
So now I manage because telemanagement and events management I think was my passion.
Right about now we want to go beyond to the counties and to other countries. I'll see you. Let the sun stand still like Joshua time for 3 hours, but this time for only 1 hour. We bring you coffee with movie, interesting, enticing guests. I'll see you. Tunaweza anza tuna Mombasa, Kisumu, Nakuru, twende Uganda, Magufuli Land, TZ, you never know. It is coffee with movie. Jua unaweza enda sasa.
Okay.
Before the markets open, farmers begin their day, each with the desire to produce the best. But how can they increase the numbers, maintain the standards,
Aitoi ile garlic inafaa itoi, that standard garlic.
reduce the cost,
we spread our risk,
and yet remain the best? Kilimo Diaries, every Sunday when the clock hits 7:30 p.m. The story continues to unfold. The race to win Abel's heart continues.
Huyo mwanamke ataniona, Abel is mine.
Mwanamke mgani ni nani huyo na nini mbaya?
The betrayal.
Manze chinja huko hakuna blanda sasa ni huyu yule madam pale hivi sasa.
And the secrets.
Jenny, si nikwambia napenda Abel. Nampenda tena sana. Lakini nashindwa venye nitaanza. Lakini nashindwa nitaanza aje.
Usichekeshe.
Plan ya siri every Saturday at 8 p.m. Did you know that your business keeps our economy running?
you need the skill, not the papers.
Always tell yourselves, one day at a time. You can't do everything under one roof.
Over time, I've had to realize that good things take time.
The Grind, every Monday at 7:30 p.m. As the country gears up for possible BBI referendum and 2022 general elections,
as the salvos enter too familiar territory,
William Ruto will serve his 5 years term as the deputy president.
Pundits Night is here to give you powerful, thought-provoking political commentaries.
The mountain can produce a country.
Give Moses Kuria a chance to respond. Let me ask you this. Are you not taking advantage of first my situation?
You talk about the people with the ultimate power.
Kikuyus will vote for somebody from outside their community to be the next president of this country.
We talk to the newsmakers, the opinion shapers, and the pundits.
Fair enough. I believe
that part so that I don't lose.
As we dissect everything you need to know to make an informed decision. Owning a home is a keystone to wealth. And building one can be quite daunting. Well, the realtor gives you the do's and don'ts.
There are so many brokers in the market who just want to tell you I can be able to supply.
And groundbreaking.
So we clear the area and we set out the place where the house is going to be laid down.
We talk homes, land, and property.
With me, Currency Daniel.
Every Tuesday at 7:30 p.m. How well do you know what's happening around you? Morning Cafe with heated political debates.
The position of the Prime Minister will go to a party with the most elected members.
I clearly know that neither Raila nor Ruto are in the work plan on the roadmap for transition as far as the government is concerned.
Informative health discussions, business, farming, Tasty Wednesday, Fitness Thursday, and Feel Good Friday with amazing DJs, celebs, and music bands.
Back to the seasons of my years.
Every Monday to Friday from 6 a.m.
is different circumstances may be looked at, because yes, we can have the penalty saying death sentence is, murder, mandatory death sentence is, for murder, mandatory sentence is death. But
Counsel, maybe just to redirect you, my question was specific. The court, the reason why the matter reached the Supreme Court is because it raised constitutional issues. So I was asking, what is this? Tell us just one provision of the Constitution that the court was expounding in order to reach the conclusions which you are talking about.
Yes.
Just one provision.
Okay. Provides that justice should be arrived at from looking at issues and arriving at it fairly and equitably, depending on the facts of the case.
Okay. Is there a specific article of the Constitution that deals with that particular aspect?
I may not mention the specific article, but I know in my mind.
Which substance? What is the substance of that article? If we don't know, say the number, maybe the substance of that article that says the court should do what it's saying it's doing. Article on fair trial?
Yes,
perhaps?
article on fair trial.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me move on to another substance of another experience which you have had. Yes. You were a member on alignment of higher education to the Constitution.
Yes.
Which means, and I guess you familiarized yourself with the education system. You looked, before you, if you are looking at higher education, you looked at the education system, so you understand some of the issues that we deal with, and you are a parent also, isn't it? So, the question I want to ask, to Article 27 of the Constitution, which is a pivotal provision, talks about equality and freedom from discrimination. That is an article I'm sure you're very familiar with. Yes. So I want to ask you, we have just completed KCSE, and government has a policy of restricting the number of pupils from private primary schools who can join national public secondary schools. Am I right?
Yes.
Yes. So how is that provision justified in light of Article 27? Can you just elucidate to us?
Yes. I think what the government actually is doing is to ensure there is fair access to education for all. And fair access to education for all is looking at, and if I take you back, my lord, to what we did in the task force, is like we were looking at these regions that they may have had not even TVETs. And the propelling factor was, let us ensure that we have colleges, that is universities, TVETs, to be put up in these regions, so that we bring the issue of we do away with the issue of feeling that others are marginalized. So that is where we are coming from. That to expose diversity, let us move also the universities to other regions other than having them concentrated in areas that were well known to be concentrated. And when you raise this issue of education, my mind is very clear. It's still the same issue of diversity. Can we have almost
It is called affirmative action. So I'll go. The Supreme Court, a third petitions, isn't it? A third from the time inception. Is one, does the Supreme County Assembly
Raukia siku njema na tunukiwa offers kila siku. Pata offers zote mahali pamoja ili uongeze zaidi, utume SMS zaidi na ubrowse zaidi.
Wewe usijali. Tuma namba ya kila supplier kwa hiyo soko. Nitajoble nitaongea na kila mmoja wao.
Very good. Piga *444 hazi utunukiwe Credo double.
Raukia siku njema na tunukiwa offers kila siku.
Oh, hi. It's not what you're thinking. It's a cup of coffee. Coffee, movie. Together, coffee with movie. Every Sunday, 8 p.m. on TV 47, where we bring you interesting, enticing people. Well, we've concentrated on musicians.
Yeah. Yeah.
Producers.
So now I manage, because telemanagement and events management, I think was my passion.
Right about now, we want to go beyond to the counties and to other countries. Out here, let the sun stand still like Joshua time for 3 hours, but this time for only 1 hour. We bring you coffee with movie, interesting, enticing guests. Out here, tunaweza anza tuna Mombasa, Kisumu, Nakuru, twende Uganda, Magufuli Land, TZ, you never know. It is coffee with movie. Jua unaweza enda sasa.
Okay.
Before the markets open, farmers begin their day, each with the desire to produce the best. But how can they increase the numbers, maintain the standards,
Aitoi ile garlic inafaa itoi, that standard garlic.
reduce the cost,
We spread our risk.
and yet remain the best? Hilimo Diaries, every Sunday when the clock hits 7:30 p.m. The story continues to unfold. The race to win Abel's heart continues.
Huyo mwanamke ataniona. Abel is my...
Mwanamke mgani ni nani huyo na nini mbaya?
The betrayal.
Manze chinja huko, hakuna blanda. Sasa ni yule madam pale hivi. Sasa
And the secrets.
Jenny, si nikwambia napenda Abel. Nampenda tena sana. Nashindwa venye nitaanza. Lakini nashindwa nitaanza aje.
Usichekeshe.
Plan your Siri every Saturday at 8 p.m. Did you know that your business keeps our economy running?
You need the skill, not the papers.
Always tell yourselves, one day at a time. You can't do everything under one roof.
Over time, I've had to realize that good things take time.
The Grind, every Monday at 7:30 p.m. As the country gears up for possible BBI referendum and 2022 general elections,
As the salvos enter too familiar territory,
William Ruto will serve his 5-year term as the deputy president.
Pundits Night is here to give you powerful, thought-provoking political commentaries.
The mountain can produce.
When the Supreme Court or the Court of Appeal or Supreme Court is certifying a matter,
What are
the considerations, the factors the Supreme Court or Court of Appeal takes into account when certifying a matter.
Is the weight of is the weight of the application, is it that if it is not given, it will outweigh or it will create more problems other than if it had been given? Like if a house was going to be demolished, that is an example I'm giving. And if we see that, or the court says that no amount of damages can be able to restitute that kind of a person, then to be able to give out that.
That is the test for certification.
Yes.
Okay. Let's move to another aspect. I'm just limiting myself to the work you have been doing. You talked about FGM, and I think you have done a lot of work for the girl child. FGM is a practice that I think that must be eradicated. And under the, do you know, are you aware of the Maputo Protocol? Maputo Protocol?
No, I'm not aware of that.
The Maputo Protocol. The protocol, you are not aware of it?
No.
Okay, so I'll leave that question. The final question I want to ask you, one of the cases you submitted is a succession case.
Yes.
And what came out to me was that the succession was so from the time the succession cause was filed, that is how many years?
2008. That is 2008 to 2020?
To 2020. Yes, that is 12 years.
12 years, yes.
12 years. You would agree with me that that is an inordinately long time.
It is.
It is. Now, you are Chief Justice Yano. Can you tell us some of the interventions you would make to ensure that this kind of case is dealt with expeditiously? This is a succession case. Tell us some of the strategic interventions you would make.
Yes, I may want to look at two. One is to evaluate first what could have really caused the delay in that. But when you look at it, is it lack of enough judges to work on these matters? If that is the case, then we work towards increasing the number of judges. If it is, I look at it also from the issues of bringing in ICT, vibrant ICT. ICT is already there and working on it. Also, I would want to look at mediation, and especially what we have right now, the court annexed mediation. I see it working in Eldoret very well. And partially I've seen it Milimani, but in Eldoret it's working very well, and especially on these family issues, because usually most of these matters are taken to the annexed the court annexed mediator, and we are given time. We'd even run from day to day, and it takes only about a week or so, and we are through and we get our judgment.
So I hear three interventions. You talked about mediation. This is a family case.
Yes.
You would promote mediation seriously,
yes,
and would finish these cases.
Yes.
ICT. This is a succession case. It is in say it's in Kaijada. How would ICT deal with this kind of issue? Maybe just give us 1 or 2 points.
Thank you very much, my Lord. Yes, it's been a problem really, and especially when filing cases physically. You find that you waste a lot of time. You come to court, you're in the court registry, day in, day out, and you find that you can even take about 2-3 days before even filing a matter. And when you look at it, actually, it's not that they're refusing to take your documentations for filing, but it's the caseload. And I've seen what is happening right now. When we file using ICT, unless there is a problem, your filing goes through very fast.
So let me just pause you there. So this one of 20, it will be filed in a day. But how does ICT make sure it doesn't remain in the system for 12 years?
Yes, my Lord, tracking. Tracking is very important. So that it will be easy, just at the touch of the button, the judge or the magistrate will know, really, this matter has taken so long, can it be afforded dates?
Okay.
But you see, like when you pile, when we look at our registries, how files are piled up to the roof there, be a bit of a problem for even the judge or the magistrate himself to track. They'll have to depend on the clerks throughout.
And finally, and I'm sure because you have been watching these interviews, you have thought about the last intervention you said would be to increase the number of judges. You are aware we have 40 judges waiting out there to be appointed by His Excellency the President. Tell us how you intend, if you are appointed as Chief Justice, to resolve that particular issue.
Thank you very much, my Lord. Yes, the lack of those 40 judges could be said to have immensely contributed to the judiciary being blamed as not really being productive. The question you've asked me is, what would I do to ensure that these judges process to come to the mainstream in engaging and doing the judicial work in the judiciary, so that to ensure the core mandate of the judiciary is met. As you can see, my lord, from my CV, one of my core leadership principles is teamwork. I really believe in it. And when I look at the constitution of the Judicial Service Commission, I can see it is so well representative. I think almost all the stakeholders in this country are represented, well represented. I'll take an easier step. My easy step will be this. Directly opposite me sits the Attorney General of this good country of ours. I'll start caucusing with the Attorney General. First and foremost, I start from here. He is the chief legal advisor to the government. We sit down with the members of this commission. First of all, let us evaluate as members. What is the problem? When did the rain beat us? Let us first of all focus from here, discuss, exhaust, and come up with a way forward. And for me, if we can be able to do that, come up with a way forward, then if the next way forward is to go and see or meet with the appointing authority, then it would have come. It is an initiative of Judicial Service Commission. So would be there with the Attorney General, and it will be upon maybe the Judicial Service Commission to say, maybe the Chief Justice, Bwana AG, another two, move together, go and see the appointing body and ask him, kindly, let us have this country move. Swear for us these 40 judges. That way, we can be able to use that link properly, because that link is there. It's only that the link, of course, may not be misused, may not be seen to be misused by eroding the independence of the judiciary. And when Kenyans see 2 or 3 people moving together, then even that connotation of the judiciary is being compromised may not arise. And sometimes I feel like joking. If we have a lady CJ, like for me, I think I just pick a phone call and call Mama Margaret, kindly call me for a cup of tea and get me to know the moods of Mzee. Can he get to hear us? And then I come and talk to my members of the commission. We move and go and meet Mzee for purposes of having this. That's a joke, by the way, my lord. That is how I'm saying it. Yes.
Thank you, Council. Chair, that is the end of my questioning. Thank you.
Honorable Commissioners, Council Yano, I'm suggesting we take a break now for about 12 minutes, and we'll be back at 11:15. And the Council, our Secretary, Anna Madi, will show you where you can rest. Thank you very much, Commissioners. 12 minutes.
Twende tukiuke
Raukia siku njema na tunukiwa offers kila siku. Pata offers zote mahali pamoja ili uongee zaidi, utume SMS zaidi na ubrowse zaidi.
Wewe usijali. Tuma namba ya kila supplier kwa hiyo soko. Nitajua vile nitaongea na kila mmoja wao.
Very good. Piga *444 hazi utunukiwe Credo double.
Raukia siku njema na tunukiwa offers kila siku.
Oh, hi. It's not what you're thinking. It's a cup of coffee. Coffee, movie. Together, coffee with movie. Every Sunday, 8 p.m. on TV 47, where we bring you interesting, enticing people. Well, we've concentrated on musicians.
Yeah.
Yeah. Producers.
So now I manage, because telemanagement and events management, I think was my passion.
Right about now, we want to go beyond to the counties and to other countries. Out here, let the sun stand still like Joshua Times for 3 hours, but this time for only 1 hour. We bring you coffee with movie, interesting, enticing guests. Out here, tunaweza anza tuna Mombasa, Kisumu, Nakuru, twende Uganda, Magufuli Land, TZ, you never know. It is coffee with movie. Jua unaweza enda sasa.
Okay.
Before the markets open, farmers begin their day, each with a desire to produce the best. But how can they increase the numbers, maintain the standards,
Aitoi ile garlic inafaa itoi, that standard garlic.
reduce the cost,
we spread our risk,
and yet remain the best? Kilimo Diaries, every Sunday when the clock hits 7:30 p.m. The story continues to unfold. The race to win Abel's heart continues.
Huyo mwanamke ataniona. Abel is mine.
Mwanamke mgani ni nani huyo na nini mbaya?
The betrayal.
Manze chinja huwa hakuna blanda. Sasa ni huyu yule madam pale hivi. Sasa
And the secrets.
Jenny, si nikwambia napenda Abel. Nampenda tena sana. Nashindwa venye nitaanza. Lakini nashindwa nitaanza aje.
Usichekeshe.
Plan ya siri every Saturday at 8 p.m. Did you know that your business keeps our economy running?
You need the skill, not the papers.
Always tell yourselves, one day at a time. You can't do everything under one roof.
Over time, I've had to realize that good things take time.
The Grind, every Monday at 7:30 p.m. As the country gears up for possible BBI referendum and 2022 general elections,
As the salvos enter too familiar territory,
William Ruto will serve his 5 years term as the deputy president.
Pundits Night is here to give you powerful, thought-provoking political commentaries.
The mountain can produce a country.
they give Moses Kuria a chance to respond. Let me ask you this. Are you not taking advantage of first my situation?
You talk about the people with the ultimate power.
Kikuyus will vote for somebody from outside their community to be the next president of this country.
We talk to the newsmakers, the opinion shapers, and the pundits.
Fair enough. I believe
that part so that I don't lose.
As we dissect everything you need to know to make an informed decision. Owning a home is a keystone to wealth. And building one can be quite daunting. Well, the Realtor gives you the do's and don'ts.
Some so many brokers in the market who just want to tell you I can be able to supply.
And groundbreaking.
So we clear the area and we set out
the place where the house is going to be laid down.
We talk homes, land, and property.
With me, Currency Daniel.
Every Tuesday at 7:30 p.m. How well do you know what's happening around you? Morning Cafe with heated political debates.
The position of the Prime Minister will go to a party with the most elected members.
I clearly know that neither Raila nor Ruto are in the work plan on the roadmap for transition as far as the government is concerned.
Informative health discussions, business, farming, Tasty Wednesday, Fitness Thursday, and Feel Good Friday with amazing DJs, celebs, and music bands.
Back to the seasons of my years.
Every Monday to Friday from 6 a.m.
Raukia siku njema na tunukiwa offers kila siku. Pata offers zote mahali pamoja ili uongee zaidi, utume SMS zaidi na ubrowse zaidi.
Wewe usijali. Tuma namba ya kila supplier kwa hiyo soko. Nitajua vile nitaongea na kila mmoja wao.
Very good. Piga *444 hash utunukiwe Credo double.
Raukia siku njema na tunukiwa offers kila siku.
Oh, hi. It's not what you're thinking. It's a cup of coffee. Coffee, movie. Together, coffee with movie. Every Sunday, 8 p.m. on TV 47, where we bring you interesting, enticing people. Well, we've concentrated on musicians.
Yeah.
Yeah. Producers.
So now I manage, because talent management and events management, I think, was my passion.
Right about now, we want to go beyond to the counties and to other countries. Out here, let the sun stand still like Joshua Times for 3 hours, but this time for only 1 hour. We bring you coffee with movie, interesting, enticing guests. Out here, tunaweza anza tuna Mombasa, Kisumu, Nakuru, twende Uganda, Magufuli Land, TZ, you never know. It is coffee with movie. Jua unaweza enda sasa.
Okay.
Before the markets open, farmers begin their day, each with the desire to produce the best. But how can they increase the numbers, maintain the standards,
Aitoe ile garlic inafaa itoe, that standard garlic.
reduce the cost,
We spread our risk.
and yet remain the best? Kilimo Diaries, every Sunday when the clock hits 7:30 p.m. The story continues to unfold. The race to win Abel's heart continues.
Huyo mwanamke ataniona. Abel is mine.
Mwanamke mgani ni nani huyo na nini mbaya?
The betrayal.
Manze chinja huko, hakuna blanda. Sasa ni yule madam pale hivi. Sasa
And the secrets.
Jenny, si nikwambia napenda Abel. Nampenda tena sana. Lakini nashindwa venye nitaanza. Lakini nashindwa nitaanza aje.
Usichekeshe.
Plan ya Siri every Saturday at 8 p.m. Did you know that your business keeps our economy running?
You need the skill, not the papers.
Always tell yourselves, one day at a time. You can't do everything under one roof.
Over time, I've had to realize that good things take time.
The Grind, every Monday at 7:30 p.m. As the country gears up for possible BBI referendum and 2022 general elections,
As the salvos enter too familiar territory,
William Ruto will serve his 5-year term as the deputy president.
Pundits Night is here to give you powerful, thought-provoking political commentaries.
The mountain can produce a country.
they give Moses Kuria a chance to respond. Let me ask you this. Are you not taking advantage of first my situation?
You talk about the people with the ultimate power.
Kikuyus will vote for somebody from outside their community to be the next president of this country.
We talk to the newsmakers, the opinion shapers, and the pundits.
Fair enough. I believe
that part so that I don't lose.
As we dissect everything you need to know to make an informed decision. Owning a home is a keystone to wealth. And building one can be quite daunting. Well, the realtor gives you the do's and don'ts.
There are so many brokers in the market who just want to tell you I can be able to supply.
And groundbreaking.
So we clear the area and we set out the place where the house is going to be laid down.
We talk homes, land, and property.
With me, Kaijada Daniel.
Every Tuesday at 7:30 p.m. How well do you know what's happening around you? Morning Cafe with heated political debates.
The position of the Prime Minister will go to a party with the most elected members.
I clearly know that neither Raila nor Ruto are in the work plan on the roadmap for transition as far as the government is concerned.
Informative health discussions, business, farming, Tasty Wednesday, Fitness Thursday, and Feel Good Friday with amazing DJs, celebs, and music bands.
Back to the seasons of my youth.
Every Monday to Friday from 6 a.m.
Raukia siku njema na tunukiwa offers kila siku. Pata offers zote mahali pamoja ili uongee zaidi, utume SMS zaidi na ubrowse zaidi.
Wewe usijali. Tuma namba ya kila supplier kwa hiyo soko. Nitajua vile nitaongea na kila mmoja wao.
Very good. Piga *444 asi utunukiwe Credo Double.
Raukia siku njema na tunukiwa offers kila siku.
Oh, hi. It's not what you're thinking. It's a cup of coffee. Coffee, movie. Together, coffee with movie. Every Sunday, 8 p.m. on TV 47, where we bring you interesting, enticing people. Well, we've concentrated on musicians.
Yeah.
Producers.
So now I manage because telemanagement and events management I think was my passion.
Right about now, we want to go beyond to the counties and to other countries. Out here, let the sun stand still like Joshua times for 3 hours, but this time for only 1 hour. We bring you coffee with movie, interesting, enticing guests. Out here, tunaweza anza tuna Mombasa, Kisumu, Nakuru, twende Uganda, Magufuli Land, TZ, you never know. It is coffee with movie. Jua unaweza enda sasa.
Okay,
Before the markets open, farmers begin their day, each with a desire to produce the best. But how can they increase the numbers, maintain the standards,
Aitoi ile garlic inafaa itoi, that standard garlic.
reduce the cost,
We spread our risk.
and yet remain the best? Kilimo Diaries, every Sunday when the clock hits 7:30 p.m. The story continues to unfold. The race to win Abel's heart continues.
Huyo mwanamke ataniona, Abel is mine. Mwanamke mgani, ni nani huyo na nini mbaya?
The betrayal.
Manze chinja huko, hakuna blanda. Sasa ni yule madam pale hivi. Sasa
And the secrets.
Jenny, si nikwambia napenda Abel. Nampenda tena sana. Lakini nashindwa venye nitaanza. Lakini nashindwa nitaanza aje.
Usichekeshe.
Plan ya Siri every Saturday at 8 p.m. Did you know that your business keeps our economy running?
You need the skill, not the papers.
Always tell yourselves, one day at a time. You can't do everything under one roof.
Over time, I've had to realize that good things take time.
The Grind, every Monday at 7:30 p.m. As the country gears up for possible BBI referendum and 2022 general elections,
As the salvos enter too familiar territory,
William Ruto will serve his 5-year term as the deputy president.
Pundits Night is here to give you powerful, thought-provoking political commentaries.
The mountain can produce a country.
give Moses Kuria a chance to respond. Let me ask you this. Are you not taking advantage of first my situation?
You talk about the people with the ultimate power.
Kikuyus will vote for somebody from outside their community to be the next president of this country.
We talk to the newsmakers, the opinion shapers, and the pundits.
Fair enough. I believe
that part so that I don't lose.
As we dissect everything you need to know to make an informed decision. Owning a home is a keystone to wealth. And building one can be quite daunting. Well, the realtor gives you the do's and don'ts.
There are so many brokers in the market who just want to tell you I can be able to supply.
And groundbreaking.
So we clear the area and we set out the place where the house is going to be laid down.
We talk homes, land, and property.
With me, Kaijada Daniel.
Every Tuesday at 7:30 p.m. How well do you know what's happening around you? Morning Cafe with heated political debates.
The position of the Prime Minister will go to a party with the most elected members.
I clearly know that neither Raila nor Ruto are in the work plan on the roadmap for transition as far as the government is concerned.
Informative health discussions, business, farming. Tasty Wednesday Fitness Thursday, and Feel Good Friday with amazing DJs, celebs, and music bands.
Back to the seasons of my youth.
Every Monday to Friday from 6 a.m.
Raukia siku njema na tunukiwa offers kila siku. Pata offers zote mahali pamoja ili uongee zaidi, utume SMS zaidi na ubrowse zaidi.
Wewe usijali. Tuma namba ya kila supplier kwa hiyo soko. Nitajua nitaongea na kila mmoja wao.
Very good. Piga *444 hash utunukiwe Credo double.
Raukia siku njema na tunukiwa offers kila siku.
Oh, hi. It's not what you're thinking. It's a cup of coffee. Coffee, movie. Together, coffee with movie. Every Sunday, 8 p.m. on TV 47, where we bring you interesting, enticing people. Well, we've concentrated on musicians.
The following program is rated GE. It is suitable for general family viewing.
He is cut from a different cloth. The white robe, collar check illustrates his position and role in the ministry of God, both in the physical and spiritual realm. He serves as a reverend at the ACK Kaijada Church and also as the head of differently abled Christians.
It's our high time as Christians to go down on our knees as we wait upon the promises of God. Remember, God is in charge.
During the 90s, where persons with disabilities were viewed as a taboo, and arguably even today, society views him differently, but he still takes his disability with undying pride.
My name is Erickson Mugo. My disability, I was born with it. I got myself with it, and I'm happy about it. Yeah.
So it came since birth?
Yeah, it came since birth, and I'm happy about it.
His family saw the capability in him, overlooking his disability.
Thank God, my family, my mother, my dad, my siblings, relatives, never show my disability, but they show capability. So I grew up like any other kid, not in a special school, but in normal schools like any other kid. Yeah.
Okay, just take me back just a little bit. You said your family did not show your disability.
Yeah.
They showed your ability.
My ability.
Wow.
This means I went to normal schools like any other kid till grade 3.
When it came to education, Erickson always moved from one school to another as his needs were not fully met in institutions that did not have disability-friendly learning environment.
I went to a special school, a boarding school. It's a home for children with special needs. and the Presbyterian Church in Kamboi. And I was schooling in a normal school. Then I went to secondary school. I went to Form 1 first. I went to Komolai Boys till I got a transfer, and my family got an interest that I should join a special school. That's when I went to Joytown Secondary School, and I did my Form 4 back then. God helped me to go for further studies. I went to St. Paul's University, Kabare campus. I did a diploma in theology. Then I went back. I did my degree at St. Paul's University, counseling psychology.
He has achieved quite a lot, as he is now a degree holder in psychology and counseling, and that is not the end of the road for him. He is set to register for his master's soon.
Very soon in May, I'm going to join and to start my MA. My master's in counseling psychology.
Being aggressive has been his tactical survival skill. Even if society views him as differently abled, he never lets it get to his head, as he sees himself able enough to complete any task that is handed over to him.
So how was the situation like for you? How did you cope because you are differently abled? How did you cope with that situation?
Wow, one thing, I'm so aggressive. I'm so aggressive. I've never seen whether I have a disability. It's people who say, I've never even one day kukaa kufikiria mimi niko na ulemavu. Sijawahi. Mimi hata kama ni maji nitabeba na mtungi, hata kama nitabeba polepole, kama ni kiti nita take 30 minutes kufikisha mali inafaa, I'll do that. So God amenipea grace ya kukuwa aggressive. I don't have that opportunity to have that sympathy on myself, to have that pity. And again, when I get it from people, I personally don't like it.
Now, Reverend Eric Mugo is affected by what he can say is undeserving sympathy from the public eye. Is it a natural feeling, and how best can he deal with it?
Thank you for that question. I'm looking at the Reverend and think he doesn't have a
Honorable Commissioners, welcome back. Welcome back, Council. And now we'll give a chance to the Attorney General to answer, to ask. Sorry. Pardon me. The chance is now for Commissioner Jeru to ask questions.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Now, Alice, my colleague.
Thank you.
You know, I've known you for many years. Though I've now again not seen you for many years. You used to have a law firm in Nairobi. I don't know that you are still there, apart from Eldoret.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay.
You remember very well, you were the one who handed your office to me.
Yes,
and I took it to the next step.
Okay.
I later went to St. Ellis House.
Okay.
For 10 years.
Yeah, that's fine.
Then from St. Ellis House, I went to...
No, that's all right. I just wanted to...
Oh, okay.
I didn't want to get so much into it.
Yes.
Yeah, you know, ideally, being my in-law, I would want you to get this office. Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. You have to get it by, by right.
Competence, yes.
Yeah, because there are constitutional imperatives that this commission has to abide by. we are accountable to the people of Kenya. So I'll still ask you the hard questions. Now, I picked from Commissioner Warsame. You know, when you was asking some questions, then you said you're not comfortable answering that because the debate is out there, which I understand where you are coming from. But it got me thinking, when judges are making decisions, and if you become a Chief Justice, you'll be in the Supreme Court and you'll be making decisions, where is the place for public opinions in terms of societal influences on the judges, even as they make decisions, because they're ultimately human beings? I would want to understand from you, where is the place of these influences behind closed doors? Because you see, right now you can say easily, I will not answer that, I'm uncomfortable, but there'll be those times when you have to make a decision and you are influenced by public opinion somewhat. Where is the place for that?
Yes, thank you very much, Commissioner. When a judge has to be called upon to make a decision, maybe basing on public opinion, one thing that comes to my mind is, for example, there is a trial of some serious criminal offense. I'm just giving an example. And there are people outside there screaming with machetes and rungus and all that, waiting to kill this person. I think then it will behove upon the judicial officer to bring in a custodial sentence to ensure this person is not killed. In fact, that is saving the judiciary another trial if it were.
Yeah, but I'm looking at the general issues. Say, for instance, like the issues of gayism, issues of, say, like, you know, even sometimes even election disputes, or an issue that where the country is divided on an opinion, maybe even religious issues and all that. And you see, the thing is, why I'm asking this, these judges will be in chamas, they'll be going to, you know, weddings with people, they are, you know, they go to schools where they are interacting with people. So discussions do happen.
Yes.
So people, and you see, judges are not, you know, as it were, you know, excluded from society. So I'm just trying to understand, as they come up with the decisions, which you'll be part of them if you become the Chief Justice, and you're making determination on serious jurisprudential issues that affect members of the public. So I'm just wondering, and then again, they're out there discussing, and they're hearing, and they all sometimes they're participating in those discussions. So when it comes to ultimately making the decision,
yes,
I'm still trying to understand from you, where do you place the influence of those public opinions?
Thank you very much. I've gotten you very rightly, correctly. Yes, in
summary.
Yes. Really, for the judge, you don't have to take your decisions because of public opinion. Doesn't play a role. You've taken an oath of office to impartially and integrity-wise, competent-wise, decide on an issue without that influence. In other words, what I mean is we don't have a place for that. As a judge, you must be integral. You make your decisions as per the law that gives you the powers to do that, per the Constitution, the statutes and all that.
Okay. Now, there's somebody called William Rehnquist. He was an Associate Justice of Supreme Court of US for 15 years. Then in 1986, on the eve, he became a Chief Justice. Now, on the eve of becoming the Chief Justice, he made a lecture at Suffolk University Law School on constitutional law and public opinion. Let me read for you what he said. Then you tell me whether you can comment on that. The judges of any court of last resort, such as the Supreme Court of the United States, work in an insulated atmosphere in their courthouse, where they sit on the bench hearing oral arguments or sit in their chambers writing opinions. That's what he said. Then he further went on to say that, but these same judges go home at night and read the newspapers or watch the evening news on television. They talk to their family and friends about current events. Somewhere out there beyond the walls of the courthouse run currents and tides of public opinion which lap at the courthouse door. Now, if you go by what you just told me, this is a Supreme Court judge who now became a Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the US. What is your position? Because it seems to be contradicting what you have just said.
Yes, my position will still remain the same because as a judge, really, you can be influenced by so many things, especially surrounding you and all that. The people you are with, the families you still go back to in the evening after work. You should be able to put those issues behind your back and look at your matter in a very objective manner as you comply with the law and also the ethics that pertains to your office.
Okay, now let's leave that subject. We move now to something else, which is I need to match your skills in accordance with the law with the job that you are seeking. Because at the end of the day, we have to be absolutely sure. You see what happened is that with the decision of Justice Odunga, if you meet the minimum qualifications, we must shortlist you. But at the time of the interview, we must now interrogate further and see whether indeed the qualifications match or not, which is why I will be coming to these questions. Now, my starting point, Article 166, Sabbatical 3, A, B, and C, is the one that now stipulates the qualifications of a Chief Justice. What are these qualifications? Let's start from there.
The qualifications is 15 years practice, academician, 15 years, yes, that is for me. For me, it's 15 years in legal practice.
No.
And I have 25 years more than.
No, that's, yes. You see, A says 15 years experience as a Superior Court judge. B, 15 years as a distinguished scholar, or academic, whatever you want to call it, or legal practitioner, or judicial experience, that 15 years, or experience in relevant legal field, that is B. Then C, aggregate of either A and B, aggregate of 15, isn't it?
Yes.
But now, so you've rightly said that yours is a B.
Yes.
Distinguished legal
practitioner. Yes.
But you see, of course, all lawyers who have done 15 years and above will say they are qualified, which is why the Constitution was very clear about distinguished, isn't it? That's where I want us to come to. Now, let's ask ourselves the definition of the word distinguished. If you look at Oxford's English dictionary, how it defines distinguished, it will say very successful, authoritative, right? Very successful.
Yes.
Authoritative. It moves that way, in terms of defining. That is now Article 166, Sabbatical 3. Now, I want to find out, let us look at now your CV. We look for very successful, authoritative, commanding great respect. In fact, that's what Oxford Dictionary says. Very successful, authoritative, commanding great respect.
Yes.
I would imagine now that is, in the context of your peers, right? So I want you to tell me, in terms of litigation, because you are more of a litigator, you've said that you go to court and you also draw agreements and all that, but that's not the one I'm interested in. Give me cases that you've handled that have had great jurisprudential impact right? Great jurisprudential impact, even widely reported, that now would make us in the legal profession say that yes, Alice Yano is a distinguished legal practitioner. So that now you can qualify for this position.
Yes, Commissioner. Thank you very much for that question. In fact, I've really been looking forward to it. I've been asked elsewhere, not here only, that when you are asked about this distinguished legal practitioner, what will you bring in? Is it a matter of cases that have been able to present before a court of law, decided, and then the same are put in the public limelight for purposes of Kenyans saying, wow, this is a distinguished legal litigator? No. When I look at it, for me, it's an all-round, holistic way of looking at the person from all that pertains to that person in terms of the other experiences she has brought on board, in terms of the law firm. And when I want to talk about the law firm, all the law firms are not the same. You know, there are those law firms that strictly take only some limbo of other legal matters and not others. Others do more work that may not be known, and it is work that has moved and pushed communities from point A to point B and really has assisted so many Kenyans to get justice. For example, I've given some few case laws. There is one on maendeleo ya wanawake that dealt with the gender issue. Sorry, I was not able to annex it, though it is reported. Leaving that alone, I've given you my practice, not only being here. Why did I choose to go to Kaijada? That's the first question. I've been in Nairobi for so long, and in fact, the first issue I started with is to say thank you, because you relinquished your office for me when I started in Nairobi. And I practiced in Nairobi for more than 10 years. After practicing from Nairobi, with the time I realized most of the clientele that used to frequent my office were poor women who could not even afford fare from their places to come to Kitengela, and most of them were from Masaini. They've been disinherited. Apart from that, of course, all negative issues that pertains to women. And I thought the best that I could do for them is to take justice closer to them. And taking justice closer to them does not mean I just took the office there. No. I took also the practice of law there, so that we dealt with so many issues of successions that are not being felt.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yes.
I'm not, forgive me, I'm not underestimating what you're doing. But remember, this is the Chief Justice, the Supreme Court President. Now, and we are, very many of us, we are thousands of advocates. So whoever we pick, we must be able to, that's why I started by saying about being accountable to the public. We must be able to show that from all these others, Alice Yano is distinguished, which is still why I'm asking specifically, let's go to specifics, so that we don't go into generalities. If, and again in the interest of time, you could just tell me very quickly, this is this is what I did, very high impact, renowned, widely reported, so that we're able to move on now to the next question. Yes. Whatever it is, if you feel it's not legal cases, anything else that has contributed immensely in an impactful manner, so to speak, in legal jurisprudence, because that's what you'll be doing in the Supreme Court as Chief Justice Alice Yano.
Yes, when you're taking me back to the same issue, so that is it to interpret that part to mean that the candidates must have had decisions emanating from the Supreme Court? Is that what I'm trying to understand? That the impact is so much that it should come from a court that, yes, this is an appeal court judgment. Is it a Supreme Court judgment that Alice has been able to participate in? That's what you're asking. For Supreme Court, no.
Cases.
I've not done Supreme Court.
Okay.
But Court of Appeal, I've done several. And one that comes to my mind anytime I'm asked about it is the Maendeleo ya Wanawake case, where women were pitted against each other. One wanted to still have Kano Maendeleo ya Wanawake existing as it were. And the other group wanted Maendeleo Wanawake independent. And we were for this group that says, let us have an independent Maendeleo ya Wanawake and exercise it from political connotations. And we were able to succeed in the Court of Appeal, and we were able to now even move ahead and make Kano Maendeleo Wanawake own this house called Maendeleo House in Nairobi.
Let me maybe move a step further on that question. When you look back, you have the advantage of being the 10th candidate, so to speak, in these interviews. We have had 9 others. Now, let me distill these candidates before I can pose my question to you. The first candidate, a Superior Court judge of many years' experience, having practiced also for many years, also moved to the corporate corporation. The second candidate was, so to speak, a distinguished academic. The third candidate was a judge of Court of Appeal, was also practiced for many years. Before that, the fourth candidate, I think, was a judge of the Industrial Court for, I think, 10 years plus, if I'm not wrong. The fifth candidate, a senior counsel, distinguished in law practice and previously a high-profile prosecutor. The sixth candidate was a former president of Industrial Court in Lesotho, senior Crown Counsel, now, practice in East African Community, Federation of Employers, Kenya Employers, now a distinguished Industrial Court judge, ELRC, so to speak. The seventh one is a very serious advocate who has done all manner of groundbreaking cases in the Republic of Kenya. The eighth one, a judge of Court of Appeal who literally has cut his teeth here for 34 years. The ninth one, a professor with the 2 doctorates, the one of yesterday, yes. Doctor, Professor. Now here you are.
Yes.
Now tell me why you are not all those others that I've just given you.
Yes.
Why it has to be you?
As I told you earlier, I've been running a law firm since 1996 to present. I've done so many matters. Maybe most of them may not be in the public limelight. But for me, even representing or doing ADR or doing conveyancing and all that, that is still part of the law. So I've done as much as I've done, but maybe I've not been out there in the limelight to be told, to be heard, that Yano today appeared before this court and has done ABCD. No. I think, and then the experience I have, not only in that, my experience in CKRC, that is a precursor to this constitution. If it were not for the bombers draft, we may not be enjoying this constitution. And that was a very, very rigorous work that actually, to my belief, has really prepared me in so many other undertakings that I've done. Because we did extensive civic education, collection of views, collation of the same, sitting down, coming up with a draft, engaging experts, benchmarking. In fact, there's something else I learned, Madam Chair, when you were asking me about this leadership. adding on to what I'm saying is benchmarking, like now when we benchmark in Rwanda, we did, we went to what we call Gachacha courts. Gachacha courts is a way of doing ADR, that is restoration, restoring a person who had committed a crime back to the community, because Tutsis and Hutus had to live together.
I hear you, my sister.
And looking at that, it was a way eye-opener, because then it is not only meting out sentences.
My sister, I hear you, but you know, there are so many lawyers who have also served in these commissions, in other bodies, and all that. But you see, that alone does not make them distinguished and fall into the category of those who can ascend to the Chief Justice. But again, with the rider, I'm not underestimating what you've done. You've done a lot, you know. Just the question of whether now, you know, it puts you a notch higher, you know, to occupy that high seat. Now let me move to my last question. You see, you said, when I heard you, you asked by the chair, and which is now what I'm following up, is that why you feel that you can be the Chief Justice and why you applied. And you said you work hard. If I picked those answers, you work hard, you know, and you'd want to contribute to give back to the public, so to speak, you know. But I got wondering, there are so many ways you can give back to public. In fact, you've given already. You know, even what you said about that empowerment, the women and all that, that's already you're giving back to the public. There are so many ways of doing it. But why then the Chief Justice? Because you can still give back to the public in many other ways, right? Without necessarily coming for the Chief Justice position, because that in itself is not a reason for us to hand over this position to you. So I still want to know, specific to the Chief Justice, why did you apply? What is it that you want to realize in that office? Because ultimately, that's what will determine to us why we have to pick whoever we pick among the 10 candidates as we account back to the public. Why specifically this position of Chief Justice?
Thank you very much. Adding on to what I'd said, yes, giving back to the society, I can do it in different other ways. There's also the experience as per my CV, and I've already been able to explain some of the other reasons. I've already also tabled my leadership qualities, for which I know I can be a very good leader by virtue of the experiences I've had. And all that partakes to being a Chief Justice. I've been a leader. From day one, I told you how by the time I was barely 21, I was a whole headmistress of a secondary school. The university, I was a student leader and leader to the Senate. CKRC, I was the deputy to the finance manager, and CKRC was so mammoth. Actually, it was more or less like the commission. And I'm telling you, human resource. We talk about it more or less like the judiciary. It was in all parts of the country. We had coordinators with the staff in each and every district then. And it behoved upon the finance and administration committee of the judiciary to ensure the smooth running of all the operations of CKRC, and we were able to do it very, very well, using all our skills to ensure CKRC brought in the draft constitution.
Okay. What you did, you just described the CRJ's work, you know, the administration. But I wish you well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner General. Thank you, Council. It's now the turn for our Attorney General, Kaijada Kariuki, to ask his questions.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Learned Counsel, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, AJ.
Learned Counsel, you've outlined your experience over the last 25 years
yes.
of legal practice in these courts. And you set forth some of the challenges that you have experienced or encountered, with particular reference to the expeditious disposal of cases. And you also offered some solutions through the use of ICT, tracking, etc.
Yes.
Are there any other aspects, are there any other problems or challenges that you have experienced in the courts that you would like to share with us, apart from those relating to the expeditious disposal of cases? What else have you encountered? What other problems do you see in the judiciary?
If I go to where Commissioner AG, is it that you want me to answer on, to provide an answer on what problems we've faced, or what problems the judiciary has faced?
What problems have you, as counsel,
yes,
practicing in these courts, have you faced, and which you think the judiciary ought to rectify?
Thank you very much, AG. Yes, as a practitioner, yes?
Say three.
Three. As a practitioner in the courts, the problem that really was really the issue that really made our practice difficult is the disappearance of files. Times you come to court, you're ready, then from nowhere your file cannot be seen.
That's to do with the expeditious disposal of cases. If the file is missing, it delays your filing of whatever application you wish to make. It delays, etc.
Yes.
Apart from that line of challenges, are there any others that you have experienced as a consumer of the services of the judiciary?
Oh yes, there is the usual times you appear before a magistrate or a judge, and the treatment you get is not very comforting. You feel there's some bit of, it could be a disconnect between you and the judicial officer, the magistrate, and you feel you're not really, it's like you're not welcomed in that particular court. You know what it does to the confidence of that advocate. You know, you feel you even presenting yourself could be very, very difficult.
Thank you. That's one. Another?
From the experience also is, I don't know now whether the infrastructure in Milimani has improved, because sometimes back we even wrote a letter. It was to do with the ramps. Small things to put, because we were saying kindly put for us the Mabate.
So there are problems to do with the infrastructure in the judiciary. That's two. Thank you.
Infrastructure. And the other thing really is perception. But we've learned to live with it. When somebody files a case, and within a short while they're getting this and everything is hard, it's like, could you have been there to bribe the magistrate, or could you have given out something, that kind of thing. So it also makes you feel, you know, there's some suspicion surrounding, which is wrong.
All right, those three. Please address us on each as to how you, as Chief Justice, would offer remedial measures.
For the attitude, really, for me, it's something that we build some sense of understanding, and knowing the kind of environment, all of us are officers of the court, the kind of environment we work in, we can be able, maybe once in a while, put these people together. We don't have to have, throughout we have maybe CLE for advocates only, we have JLE for judges only or magistrates. Personally, I feel there should be a way we can mix in a way that we get to, not really in terms of seminars or workshops and all that. We can create something and put maybe practicing advocates and the judges and magistrates together. It will clear that discussion, that openness. As for infrastructure, I think it's something that, to me, I'm not quite sure. If it has been put, then that is good. That is a matter of ensuring that proper how to access courts. Simple things like hygiene can be, it's something that can be corrected very easily.
Learned counsel, you've been practicing these courts all over the country for the last 25 years. You must have some idea of what our courts are in terms of, to use your words, hygiene, for instance. You're now Chief Justice. You have the opportunity to rectify whatever you have seen that is not good. How would you go about it?
Of course, working through the administration structure, ensure that probably reasonable toilet facilities are there. Water actually, I think, Commissioner, you're aware, Milimani, we've had issues of water for a long time. And those are things that can be addressed. I don't think it's a matter that cannot be addressed. And then the issue of bribery, it cuts across. And it's not only the advocate or the judicial officer. How can we deal with that? To me, vibrant communication is key.
Can we be a little more specific, learned counsel? Use the wider word of corruption. What are your perceptions about corruption in the judiciary?
Yes, for me, corruption in the judiciary really tangible evidence that corruption, I've seen corruption in the judiciary, I'll be lying if I said that. But there's that perception. That perception, because how can Mr. X today come to court and he gets a hearing date, maybe for May, June, and here Ms. P comes to court and given a date next year. So those are things that, makes the party things. Could there have been something that had been done? How could have this judgment be delivered within such a short notice as against judgments that have been lying with a magistrate or a judge for a long time?
Yes.
Yes.
So, yes, those are the manifestations of that perception.
Exactly. So you see, it is through some of these omissions that parties get a bit jittery that there could be some corruption somewhere. A file disappears for ages. What is happening? Or at times a file maybe is awaiting, let's say judgment has been given or rulings have been given, and those files are not released immediately to the registry. So those are the perceptions.
And these perceptions, learned counsel,
yes,
have led the public to lack confidence in the judiciary.
It's true.
And this is now yourself as the Chief Justice. What steps, what measures are you going to take to restore that public confidence, to remove these perceptions, to make the general public believe that the judiciary is not corrupt?
First and foremost is communication. There is so much that the judiciary has done that is good, but you see, to be shrouded with that or veiled with that veil of corruption, really let it go out that the judiciary is not as corrupt.
How would you do that communication?
Communication, you can do the annual communication. I see there's a structure to do annual communication, though that is not enough. Can a website be created for the public to be knowing what is happening? Is it like using Service Week? Can it be communicated to the public what the judiciary is doing? The other issue is to work on the backlog, because that is where also this perception comes from. How comes this matter has taken so long? Is it because there is somebody who's been seen to sit on the, actually the term they use is to sit on the file. But then you find maybe the judiciary may not have that empowerment to process the cases as fast as they would wish. Like the case example I gave of the, what has made backlog of judiciary to be seen as not working.
Yes.
Lack of enough judicial officers. We've talked about the 40 judges. Maybe we talk about also finances, because if we don't have adequate finances, then how do we even work on issues of ICT so that we can be able to use ICT to ensure that this case backlog is dealt with? And I know one thing, if the public see or get a feel that there is a movement towards clearing these cases, then there'll be some sense of comfort, some sense of confidence in the judiciary.
Who was Chief Justice when you started practicing law? Can you recall? 25 years ago? All right, maybe you can't, but...
I was sworn in by Coker.
Justice Coker. Who came after Justice Coker?
Yes, but I can't...
Then you've had Justice Gesheru, you had Chief Justice William Mutunga, you had Chief Justice David Maraga, correct?
Yes.
So that, say for instance, that's 4 honorable Chief Justices during that time. And all of them, without exception, have encountered this problem of corruption.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
What's going to make you different? What are you going to do to crack this problem?
Corruption actually has become the cancer of the society. Everything nowadays is when even something small going wrong, corruption, the term corruption comes in. So we really need to address this, and we must address this in a very logical, open manner. If to address this will mean looking inside the judiciary and do, I can't call it investigations, do some audit. Let us find out what is it that brings this. If actually a member or no, a judicial officer or even staff is found to have engaged in one form or the other in corruption issues, then that person should face the law or the procedure that leads to, that is disciplinary procedure. The other thing is, when I look also inside the judiciary, what do you think that, what comes to my mind is, what could have made maybe a staff not to work on a file or even to bring the file to the attention of the magistrate or the judge? And I want to equate it to, like my law firm. When you find a worker not working? What could be the problem? Then what comes to my mind is, can we build on the human capacity? Train the members of the judiciary, train the judicial staff. If we can also move towards even awarding them, motivate them, so that they know we work together as a family for purposes of delivering sound and good justice. If you did that and things seem to move from within, then that is good. Then I've also mentioned what is it, this perception of the outside corruption. If it is inside, yes, and it is there, let disciplinary action take place. There's nothing much you can do with the perception outside there. The most that one can do, and I believe, is communication. Communicate to the members of the public. Let the members of the public see that there is delivery of justice. Case backlog is done now, they are done away with. Okay, we may not say that we are doing away with it.
All right.
But something should be seen to be done.
Thank you very much, Learned Counsel. My last question to you, if you would be so pleased as to answer it. I presume you know that the judiciary has a code of conduct and ethics. And under that, sexual harassment is prohibited. You're sitting in your office as the Chief Justice, and in storms a lady member of your staff and relates how a male judge has been persistently sexually harassing them. And you're persuaded, after listening to this litany, that there is indeed justifiable grounds for taking action. This lady then tells you that she is going to call a press conference and tell the general public of what she has been going through. What would you do, Learned Counsel, as Chief Justice in those circumstances?
Yes, I want to appreciate that this is can bring in a very difficult position. Because here is a code of conduct spelling what should be done when an offense of that nature arises. Which means then it must be taken for disciplinary action. But then here, again, is a party who would want to call a press conference. I think really calling for the press conference, in my mind, is it trying to solve this problem or escalate it? My best is to advise the person who's been harassed that let us exhaust what we call in the code of conduct. It may not help us so much. Okay, it may help in what we call instant mob justice. But to me, instant mob justice has never been justice at all. So can we follow the code of conduct and forget about the press conference? I think that's my take.
But Learned Counsel, this lady is crying. She's very persistent.
Yes.
She's hurting. And you're there as Chief Justice. And the minute she walks out of that door and goes to the press, why would you stop her from going to the press? When we talk about transparency, what would be the reasoning behind your wanting not to have this matter exposed outside?
You know, Commissioner, when I look at it really, I can understand because I look at the emotions that go with it at that particular time. Maybe we have to put some stopgap measure, take her somewhere, sit with her, try to cool her down. instead of having her immediately go to the press, because the press could be either way. You know, unlike the code of conduct that if we followed strictly, it will give us a reasonable, impartial, fair product. The problem with the press, and I'll advise her that the problem with the press is that at the end of the day, they would even bring in other circumstances, extraneous to even what actually happened or what the lady is explaining, so that we see the objective of leaving this route, we deal with this route.
I am most grateful, Learned Counsel, for you having answered these questions. Madam Chair, I would have nothing more to say.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, AG. Thank you, Council. Now is the turn of Commissioner Gishohi to continue with the questions. Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. Council, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good. I really appreciate the 26 years you have served, and I'm sure if you get this position, the Commission will benefit. I want us to focus on your leadership qualities that you have mentioned, and I want us to focus very specifically to the Commission. And I want us to focus on the Commission, you as a chairperson of the Commission. I know you have worked in other commissions, and I hope we can be able to get something that can help us from your leadership areas. If you are to get this position, two things. I'd like you to develop a robust, responsive, coherent commission. Responsive commission. Will you share with the Commission two things that you will do to ensure that this Commission remains responsive and accountable? Two things.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Two things that I'm looking at. One is the impact that this commission can do in terms of human resource capacity building for the judiciary through JTI.
Very good. Next one.
Next one is I would also want to look at the disciplinary procedure and how fast decisions could be arrived at via V.
Disciplinary procedures, I presume, under Article 168.
Yeah.
My question is how, the system, how will you do that? What do you introduce?
Okay, for training, which I know is core to this commission, the first thing is evaluate and find out how far we have gone. And from there is to find out the best way to make the commission robust in terms of training. What comes to my mind, which is more of a hypothesis because I've not been here, is we should go towards having a training institute of the nature of maybe government training institute, where we can be able not only to conduct training for our own judicial officers, but also we can be able to offer services, that is, or use the infrastructure, give it out or lease it out to outsiders and make money for the commission.
Okay, we have one GTI.
GTIs, that's what I'm talking about. And I don't know whether I'm correct. I hear it's being sold or there's a problem, but if that is the case, then it is be upon the commission to immediately acquire its own training grounds for purposes of ensuring proper...
Let's move on. As you, as the chair of the commission,
yes,
I want to see the demarcation between the commission and the management. And my question is, how will you ensure that the Commission maintains an oversight law on the management without necessarily micromanaging the management. One way that you do that, to make sure that the Commission maintains an effective oversight law on management without necessarily micromanaging what they are doing. What tools do you have? Yes.
Yes, oversight is a really major role, so that at least you ensure that whatever needs to be done is done, but done within the ambit of ensuring if it is management, management is done well. Why I'm saying this is, if you look at, because the Commission, when it comes to management, more or less, most of the functions, and especially looking at issues of funds and all that, is under the realm of the CRJ. The CRJ has our own directorates to deal with that. But then what happens is, at the end of the day, you must get audit from the CRJ brought to the Commission so that you can be able...
Let's go that reports. You'll be able to ask for reports from the management. Yes. Another one?
I've seen also, I think I must have seen from a document I was glossing, is you're also keen on falling on issues of backlog of cases.
Council, I say that I'm focusing on your role as a chairperson of this commission.
Yes.
You'll be among the 11, first among equals. The back will stop with you. We have a responsibility as to play an oversight role on what they are doing. I'm looking for a structure that you'll be able to introduce in the commission to make sure that you maintain an oversight role on what they are doing. Maybe you can talk about monitoring? You have an idea about monitoring issues, monitoring systems?
Yes, monitoring and evaluation.
Okay.
Yes.
Madam Chair, do allow me to proceed on to the next part. Council, I want you to focus on Article 232, 1 and 2 of the Constitution, and this article talks about principles and the values of public service that bind all state organs, including the judiciary. I would like you to pick 2 of those values of your choice and share with the Commission how you will be able to promote and enhance those values within the service. Just pick 2.
Okay. One is integrity.
Integrity. And I want you to focus to Article 232, not Article 10. 232, 1 and 2. Principles and values of public service. Let's take integrity, yes?
Fairness.
Fairness.
Impartiality. Equality.
So pick 2 of those and share with us, share with the Commission, how you are going to promote. Question is how you will be able to promote those values within the service or within the judicial service. How you promote and enhance those principles.
Yes, when I look at issues of integrity, integrity is very core to a commission like this, because you're not only managing issues to do with the judiciary, you're also the first stop shop when it comes to Wanjiko crying outside there. If it is integrity, we must rise above, not only to be seen, to be above or to be clean, but also we must practice it, whether in or outside. The other issue I look at also is when we look at Judicial Service Commission, and especially VRV, issues to do with disciplinary, then are we looking at ourselves, or of course, supposing I became the chairperson, as being fairly able to give fair, reasonable rulings when it comes to disciplining members of staff.
Okay.
Yes.
I was looking for something like a framework that you'll be able to introduce to enhance those. So in case you are familiar with any framework that talks about integrity, fairness, impartiality, equity.
I think you must be having some in place. But if it is a matter of introducing, then it is about the commission sitting and coming up with one.
Earlier on, I talked about devolution, about the county government, which is very good. I have been able to go to Kaijada and I know what they do. But my interest is on a framework that you would be able to introduce, that you'll be able to interface judiciary and the county governments in totality. A framework that you would be able to introduce, not singularly towards one county, but the one that you'll be able to encompass all the county governments. What kind of a framework would you be able to recommend in terms of judiciary and engaging those county governments?
Yes, the framework I would want to look at is a framework that brings in a link between the judiciary and the county governments, so that we can be able to benefit from those links. The way I'd put it in terms of communicating to the lowest person in the ground, in terms of maybe getting land to put up our infrastructure, and so on and so forth and so forth, or even, yes, so that kind of framework, or once we've come up with those points, what is it that we want to do with the county governments, then that will inform the framework that we're going to come up with.
Okay. In terms of engagement, you talked about engagement with the other arms of government. Maybe you'll share with us value that will be added to that engagement with the specific units within that engagement. And you could share with us those arms of government that you'll be able to engage and the value that is going to be added.
Okay. When you talk about the arms of the government, I'm looking at the other two. That is the legislature, and the executive. And what value are we looking for by engaging with them? As I said earlier, is really we cannot operate on our own. We cannot operate in a vacuum. We must operate interdependently with the other three arms of government. Why? Is because all of us are serving the same entity, that is Wanjiko, the common mwananchi.
Okay.
They've ceded power to us to work for them.
Let's focus on Parliament.
So, Parliament, yes.
Yes, share with us in terms of Parliament. What areas are you looking for? What areas are organs within the Parliament that should be engaging?
Yes, for Parliament, for purposes of maybe funding.
Funding?
Yes, we can look at Judicial, Legal Affairs Committee, and also the Budget Committee in Parliament. That is if we are looking for money. If it is at the executive, we may be able to engage the Treasury.
Okay, Treasury, specific Treasury? Maybe you are the chairperson of the commission.
To me, Cabinet Secretary. Yes.
What discussions will you be having with the CS Treasury as a chairperson of the commission?
Yes, the discussions probably that could be coming up is maybe two-way prong. I would look at, if I'm asked, though I am not so sure, but I would look at, and I've heard some of the candidates say that the Judiciary Fund has not been operationalized. And also I would look at the issue of maybe getting more funding from the consolidated fund. That system I could follow. That is the channel I could go through. And also, if funds are withheld, those are the issues I should be bringing to the Cabinet Secretary's table and how we can go about.
Okay. Which other office within the Executive you find time to engage with as a chairperson of the Commission, apart from the CS National Treasury?
Yes, the Office of the President.
I was the President?
Yes.
In what areas?
Like the issue of the non-swearing in of the 40 judges. Those are the issues also we should be looking at from that point of view, that we can be able to negotiate, focus, maybe agree and have the President swear these 40 judges.
You have answered this question here alone from my colleagues, but I still have to ask it and get it from you. To enhance and deepen customer service, citizens who are main clients, would you share with us one or two areas that you would be able to deepen our relationship in terms of our customers, a service to them?
Okay. Yes. One thing I should do is thank the Judiciary for what they've done within, I think we've been seeing it last almost 2-3 years, introduction of the customer service desk in most of these locals. And it has worked very well, and I can comfortably give the example of Kaijada locals.
Kaijada.
You'll find that I think they know what they're supposed to be doing. They're trained well, and I wish the same can be replicated elsewhere, because I remember I went to Kitale, but you could find that the customer care desk was not as effective. So maybe train the ones who run the customer care desk.
Okay, customer training. Yeah.
Yes.
What else?
And also communication. Communication is key in all this.
Okay. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Gishohi. Thank you, Council, for those answers. I will now request Commissioner Felix Koskei to ask his questions. Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Wakili.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, you've practiced for 25 years.
Yes, Commissioner.
In these corridors of justice.
Yes, Commissioner.
From the lowest court to the Court of Appeal.
Yes.
And so you are one of those who, we can say, you understand. You know the challenges that are obtaining in judiciary and the successes, and you've seen over the years the improvements.
Very true.
Yeah. What areas, in your view, that if you come in as Chief Justice, you will quickly change, or you will work on immediately to improve efficiency and effectiveness in judiciary? Give us three.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. The main one, the key one, that actually, if we can look at all the other problems, we find that there is a cross-cutting problem in all of them, and that is finance.
Yes.
For me, finance is very key. We have to get funding. And as I said earlier, there must be a way that we get funding. If it is not only maybe through the consolidated fund, maybe fundraising, there should be another serious way of ensuring that finance is gotten. We strengthen the directorate on funding, maybe even put, we used to call them proposal writers to fundraising. We get a proposal writer to fundraising from some of these donors. with specific instances where they're supposed to be funding. Because the other thing also, you can get funding from the donors. But you see some of them come, because I've worked also in the NGO world, and I know, they come with set minds on where they're going to fund. Supposing today they told you, we are going to fund this, and you know your priority is this. So we have to get specific person to sit and write proposals. If it is asking for finances, is for what prioritized benefit.
Yes, that is one.
The second one is ICT.
Yes.
We can't ignore that. Time has moved on. If we have to address the issue of case backlog, we have to go technology.
Yes.
So technology must be able to be embraced.
Yes.
And the other problem is, which I said also finance will cut through, also ICT will cut through, is backlog of cases. How do we reduce this burden? Backlog, as the AG had put it, it's been year in, year out. It's been there with us. Actually, it is something that has really tainted our names. It is a high time we cut on backlog of cases. If it is going ADR, we embrace ADR fully, and I'm happy Quota Next ADR systems are working. If it's bringing in traditional methods of doing it, let us do it. If it is getting more money, let's get more money to fund and push on with the matters that are pending before court.
Yeah, let us go back to finance. You've been hearing or seeing that there has been consistent budgetary cuts in judiciary. Every other year, you get it was around 30 billion. It is now about 17 billion, and because of many other competing interests in as far as financing is concerned in the government. You've mentioned briefly on how you will go about it, but I want you to be very specific on the kind of strategies that you will employ to resolve this situation of budget cuts and you know, monies that is not enough, where you know, the Treasury always gives us money as judiciary that is obviously not enough to run judiciary. What strategies are you going to employ to address the situation, and how will you build relationship around it so that judiciary at one time will be getting adequate funds for its operations?
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Yes, it's very key that judiciary must be funded, and especially from the consolidated fund. And we've seen the hurdles that have been there to the point that the judiciary may not be able to optimally operationalize its functionalities because of lack of enough finances. I don't know, to me my mind still comes back to the link. This link is very important because it is constitutionally provided for. I think the framers of the Constitution must have seen the importance of this link between the Chief Justice and the other arms of the government. So it behoves upon the Chief Justice to undertake to use that link for purposes of making the judiciary move on, get the funds. As long as independence is paramountly defended. We are independent, the judiciary is independent, it must be independent. There's no question about it. So this link, take it to Parliament, go to Parliament. And I said, actually we start from here. It behoves upon the Commission itself. Let us be together, have one mind, and we say, yes, from point A, this is where we found our problem is. If there was a mess in the link somewhere, how do we address this? So that we rebuild the link. It's a bridge. We rebuild our bridge and then get to the bridge or that's the bridge what we want. And I think these funds will be unlocked.
Thank you. My third question is on the future of judiciary. What challenges do you foresee judiciary facing in a period of 5 to 10 years in its delivery of services? And as a Chief Justice, how would you prepare yourself to deal with them? And give us 3 challenges that you see judiciary may face in a period of, say, 5 to 10 years. And give us the solutions that you will ensure that such a challenge will be countermanded immediately.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. This is a society that is growing in terms of population, in terms of other dynamisms. People are getting to know their rights better and better and better. And like them days, I remember, even interpretation of that right was not there. But with the new constitution, and as we are moving on to interpret what is coming, what has come up with this constitution, people get enlightened and enlightened every day. So you'll find we'll be having more caseloads. First, because of the increment in population and the awareness factor of the populace of their rights and obligations. So we'll have more.
Yes.
And once we have this, we should be prepared as we go about. And as we prepare, then we look at all others. The other also, which I've seen in my law firm, is ICT. We can have this brand today, but tomorrow you'll be told there's something else has changed in some of these computers or in some of these programs. So there's lots of dynamism in that. So that we cannot say today we are expending all this amount of money, we have put the infrastructure of ICT, and tomorrow there's a migration to another different whatever has come up. So those are the things, the challenges that we should be looking at. And the other one also that keeps on popping into my mind, obviously the finances will always be there. Will always, let us be on the lookout, because anytime as population increase, we are going ICT, we are getting more, we have to employ more workers, more judicial officers, judges, and all that. Then problems will always occur in terms of getting funding for all this.
Any solution, number one, on case backlog that you are foreseeing to come? What solution are you going to give?
Preparation is the best. We've started with ICT. Let's move head on and move with the ICT. Employ ADR. Employ the traditional methods and customary so that we decrease the backlog. ICT is, yes, let us keep on. In fact, we prioritize ICT. We keep on prioritizing because there's no way we'll ever go back. ICT is there to stay with us. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. This morning I tried getting to know who is Alice Yano, so I Googled. The first thing that came out was Alice Yano, a lawyer with deep connections to politics. What do you say about that?
I think I've kept on alluding to this point, perception. In fact, even coming here, Commissioner and Chairperson, I must confess to you, is like, oh, Yano has gone to the commission because of her connections. No, I just saw an advertisement and I applied for it. One thing is I'm a very courageous person. I'm well informed, and when I want something, I go for it. I looked at it and I said, yes, may I apply for it, because I think I can make it to be the CJ. So
yes.
It's nothing to do with connections. That is Alice Yano as Alice Yano.
Yes, my final question is on when you are in CKRC. You said you are the chairman of Finance and Administration Committee?
May I correct that one? Not the chairman.
Yes.
Our chairman would, let's say, for example, delegate when she's not sitting. Because you see, we are moving most of the times. So at times we would agree somebody else sits as we move around the country, others move around the country.
So you are in charge of
yes.
Of overseeing
yes.
issues of finances
yes.
in the commission. And there is a decision that was made by the committee. First of all, the budget was 300 million, isn't it? If you can remember. And there's a decision that was done by the committee, actually 3 decisions. One decision was to purchase 25 top-of-the-range Nissan patrol vehicles for commissioners at 120 million. Remember, the budget was 300 million. This is about 35% of the budget. And then, as that was not enough, there was also a resolution to pay a monthly salary of 3.5 million shillings for each commissioner. And to cap it all, there was also a resolution to purchase cell phones for each commissioner at 462,000. Now, you are chairing. If you reflect, do you think it was a good decision? Of course, it was reversed. All of it was reversed later on by the chair, Yash Palgai. If you reflect, was it the right decision, or given that the commission had only been allocated 300 million shillings?
Yes, Commissioner, maybe I should correct that. I knew it was going to suffice and was prepared for it.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, I knew it was going to suffice because from the way I was looking at some of the interviews, these things usually come because this is by Kwamchesi Makoha. This is untrue. This is something that I saw roaming in the social media about a day or so ago.
Yeah.
Nothing of the sort happened, and to go further to that, Chair, actually our motor vehicles were never sourced by the commissioners. We did not have that power. The motor vehicles were sourced through Parliament, and the clerk the clerk, what was his name again, I can't remember, was the one in charge of sourcing motor vehicles. We never touched motor vehicles. Phones, that one is hearsay. There was nothing of the sort, Chairman. Sorry, Commissioner.
Okay. So it is just a story.
It's a story by...
Yeah, I Googled in the morning and everything was coming out
yes,
like that.
Yes, it's Makoha, I know.
Yeah, so...
He's a reporter.
So nothing like that happened?
Nothing.
Okay, thank you very much. My final question. You said you are a go-getter. You don't waste your time in pursuing what you really feel that is rightfully yours. Am I right to say you are also a risk taker? And if it is true, can you describe some of the risks that you have taken as a leader? And you can also explain to us the results that arose from those decisions, those risks that you took.
Yes, thank you very much, Commissioner. From the onset, I said that I'm a team worker. I believe in working in a team. It is safer, you get better judgments, and it is inclusive and it can be trusted. So that I don't believe in doing things on my own way. When I say I'm a go-getter, it's because I don't procrastinate. If we've agreed we are doing ABCD, the issue of waiting for tomorrow or next week or the week after, no, it doesn't arise in my mind. Let's not procrastinate. We've agreed. Let us go ahead, move ahead, do what we've agreed on. Otherwise, the risk that you imagine I'll just wake up as a go-getter and do my own things, no, I'm not that.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Wakili.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Koskei. Thank you, Council, and thank you for clarifying that social media story. We now know the truth. And before we go on, allow me, Council, to ask you your county and ethnicity in compliance with the Constitution.
Thank you very much, Chair. I am from Elgeyo Marakwet County. I'm a Keyo, married to Marakwet. And there's something very interesting about where I come from. And I don't know, maybe after this we'll talk with Council LSK whether we can look at that issue. In our place, once a woman gets married, you belong to where you're married in. You belong to that clan. So that if they heard me, and I'm correcting for their benefit, if they heard me saying I'm a Keyo, they'll wonder, but we paid cows. So where does she belong? Is she a Marakwet or she's Keyo?
Okay.
Yes.
We have noted that, Council. So our last set of questions will be from Honorable Commissioner Ibn Norwande. Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, Council.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Okay, to set us off, I want to ask you one thing. The Supreme Court of the United States recently lost a lady judge who is very well known by the name Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Do you know about her?
Yes, I saw it in the media. And she was a trailblazer of some sort.
Do you know what she was a trailblazer in?
I can't really pinpoint, but okay. She did some very good work for USA. Was it USA or where? Yes, she did some good job. It's only I cannot pinpoint.
Okay, it was in the women's rights area.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, the other question I want to ask you is about the Sexual Offences Act. That act has been accused of failing to achieve the purpose for which it was enacted and being very problematic when it comes to implementation. Do you agree with that accusation? And if you do, please tell us why.
Yes, I would want to agree with it partially, the statement partially, because when you look at applying sentences and looking at the ages of the past or the children or the girls defiled.
The victims.
The victims, thank you very much. The victims. You see now, at times you wonder, how do you apply this age vis-a-vis this? I think we need to have a systematic way of doing it.
Yes. So that is what makes it problematic?
To me, that is the part that I see could be a bit difficult.
The fact that the sentence is pegged on the age of the victim?
Yes.
Okay. So why would we say it failed to meet the purpose for which it was enacted?
You see, because there's so much that there's a lot of disconnect in the act. Because when you look at, let's say, a 17-year-old and 17-year-old boy, 17-year-old girl, it is a bit confusing because are you going to jail the boy? What happens to the girl? You look at, there's so much that at times I look at it and I say, really, maybe this is an act that we should be able to look at.
Yes, that scenario you've just explained of the 17-year-old boy and the 17-year-old girl is one of the reasons it's problematic to implement.
Yes.
And what about the purpose for which it was enacted? Would you know why that accusation is being leveled, that it failed to meet the purpose?
Actually, the purpose was meant to be deterrence. But you know, as we go on, you find that even at the end of the day, it really does not meet that.
Okay, thank you. The other question that I wanted to ask you concerns Regulation 7, Sub-Regulation 3 of the Judicial Service Code of Conduct. And I'm going to read to you what it says. As a subject of constant public scrutiny, a judge must accept personal restrictions that might be viewed as burdensome by the ordinary citizen, and he should do so freely and willingly. That is the provision in that regulation of the Judicial Service Code of Conduct. So I wanted to ask you, in your understanding, how do you see that shape your life should you become Chief Justice?
Yes, that one, thank you very much, Your Honor. That one touches on the propriety. How are you? How do you present yourself? How is your demeanor to the public? Do you look harsh? How is your life like? How do you, outside the public limelight, that is outside the court, what do people have of you there? So, yes, it is important if you became a judge or maybe a CJ or even in your position, that the same should be guarded in a way that does not bring issues of impropriety to the judiciary. That is in the sense of saying, look at the way this officer is reflective of the way judiciary is. So it is incumbent upon judicial officers to really respect that.
Thank you. My next question touches on alcoholism.
Yes.
Alcoholism is a problem that employers across the Republic have to deal with. And it's also there in many public institutions. The judiciary has not been spared. So I want to hear from you. There's a debate that there's a school of thought that believes alcoholism is a case of indiscipline. And there's another that believes it is actually a disease. I want to hear your views on that, and also how, if you became Chief Justice, you propose to deal with that issue.
Yes, Your Honor, it's true, it can be both ways. It could be an indisciplinary issue and it could be a disease. May I start with the indisciplinary issue? Let's say today you have a party as a Judicial Service Commission, and you have your members, your friends coming, and maybe somebody overdoes the drinking or drinks to the point that they don't know themselves, and then brings in issues of misconduct and all that. That is serious disciplinary issue. Then for the deceased, yes, it is true, and we've seen it happen. And I don't think we may be able to run away from this. That when you look at the person, some of them even don't function without taking alcohol. We've seen some in some of our courts, we have them. Even some of our offices, we don't run away from that, we have them. But we look at it in a way that how can that person be assisted? To me, fine, there's so many ways of dealing with it, depending on how you look at your leadership style. Is it something you think that it is so much, it's too much that it messes up the image of the judiciary? Is that what you're looking at? If it is something that can be sorted out, then let it be sorted out. Is it so grievous as to contribute to the main issue that we are having of backlog? Then how do we sort it out? Depending also on the degree. Because I've seen some of them, actually they drink and they're still working. But others, they come and, with their heads bowed on to the table. That is the time now you feel this one has a major problem. To me, this is, if it is a disease, let it be dealt with just like any other disease. Let counseling be done. Find out the main reason. And the main reason really could be even if the cause of that alcoholism is solved, you don't find that person being alcoholic. Like, for example, I'm just giving as an example, I'm not saying that it is here. Supposing you get this man, transfer him on a very short notice, you are throwing him to, also not throwing him, you're transferring him to, let's say, a boy, and he has left a young family here. He's still troubled. I've left a family, maybe the child was sick, and here because of duty, I must appear here. To console himself, you'll find that that person might end up consuming alcohol. So now what do we do? Do we victimize this person who has taken alcohol, or we look at this problem that has brought him this alcoholism? That is how I see it.
Thank you very much. My last question before we go to your application documents. The judiciary is currently perceived as being very heavy on female leadership or ladies in leadership positions. We have my lady, the acting Chief Justice, who's a lady. We have the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary, a lady. We have the principal judge, we have the acting President of the Court of Appeal, a lady. We have the principal judge of the High Court, a lady. We have the principal judge of the Employment and Labor Relations Court, a lady. We have the registrar of the Supreme Court, a lady. Registrar of the High Court, a lady. Registrar of the Environment and Land Court, a lady. Registrar of the Tribunals, a lady. Two directors of the most, if you ask me, critical directorates, that's Finance and Human Resource and Admin, ladies. There's a debate out there. One side believes that after about 14 successive Chief Justices who are male, it's about time we had a female Chief Justice. There's another side that believes that given the backdrop, and if we were to select a female Chief Justice, which could be you, then we would have 3 ladies, only one gender, steering the ship of the judiciary in the form of the Chief Justice, the Deputy Chief Justice, and the Chief Registrar being ladies. Their view is that maybe this is not the time to have a lady Chief Justice. I want to hear your views, especially given your background on maendeleo ya wanawake, which basically means to me promoting women's rights. What are your views?
Yes, thank you very much, Your Honor. I wish I had seen those statistics, because I think from how we view it ourselves from outside there is the judiciary is so insensitive to ladies. Maybe we see it from the court structures, like we see it from maybe from that perspective of when you go to Supreme Court, you find the ladies are fewer. We've not actually looked at it seriously from who is in charge of where, but we look at it from who are these who've been elevated to, okay, who are these who are in the High Court, the Supreme Court, Court of Appeal, and all that. So that is how some of our perceptions bring this issue of we feel that ladies actually should really move ahead and be recognized in terms of leadership in this key institution. I think for me, I'm of the opinion that ladies must be considered by virtue of that fact, because that is the perception we have outside there.
Now that I have told you the real facts, I've given you the statistics.
Yes.
In this debate, which divide do you belong to and why?
Okay, we know the law is very clear on issues, gender, diversity, people living with disabilities, and all that. And in case that must be applied, then so be it. But what I say is, let us also seriously look at the issue of ladies not only becoming leaders, but also filling in also those gaps that I've just talked about.
Okay, thank you. Now moving on to your application documents, you received communication that you were not cleared by KRA. Has that issue been sorted?
Long time.
It has been sorted?
Long time, my Lord.
Do you have documentation to that effect?
Yes.
Okay, you can supply us with that?
Yes.
And then we had requested you in the advertisement to supply us with your last 3 audited accounts.
Council, you can supply them after this.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, okay. To supply us with your last 3 audited accounts and also your wealth declarations.
Yes.
Up to until yesterday, we didn't have any wealth declaration from you or any audited accounts. We received them yesterday. Why didn't you avail them prior, as was required in the advertisement?
Thank you very much. Your Honor, what happened is I had a major problem. Even that, what you just raised about the tax, was my accountant was caught by COVID, and for some time he went home and was not around. So it took me so long. And I think I must have called, I can't remember who, to say that it was going to take long. So, but I've provided them, Your Honor.
What about the wealth declarations?
I've already provided, Your Honor.
Why didn't you avail them the first time when they were required?
I've already explained. It was to do with my accountant.
The accountant was also keeping the wealth declarations.
Pardon?
I didn't get that bit. The accountant was also keeping a wealth declaration.
Yes, there's a bit that I was not able to fill on my own. Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. In your application,
yes,
you are required to give 3 professional referees.
Yes.
And 2 character referees.
Yes.
You gave us all those.
Yes.
We approached them to vouch for you, but only 1 responded. I don't know if you would know why, and whether these people really know you well. Out of the 5, only 1 responded.
That will be very interesting, Your Honor, because I'm not sure, because if I don't know now whether they received your request. I don't know why they didn't reply. But those are my referees and I stand by them. And if my lady maybe could allow me call them on your behalf, I'll do it. Otherwise, they're ready. It's not the first time they reference for me.
Oh, they know you well?
Yes, these are people I've known for a long, long time. Professor Kamar is the Speaker of the Senate, and I've known her since I was probably almost 15 years when I was very young.
Okay.
So it's somebody who I know can vote for me. I don't have a problem.
Okay, maybe there's just a breakdown of communication somewhere. We'll sort that out.
Thank you.
I was looking at your application vis-a-vis some complaints we've received concerning you.
Yes.
The form JSC 2 in paragraph 7. It says, and I'll read for you. I'll read together with the responses you've given. In respect of any matter involving you personally or under your supervision, please provide details of any finding made or allegations pending of professional misconduct brought against you by A, your client or any member of the public. You have said no. B, your professional body. You have said no. And C, any other lawful authority or body, and you said no.
Yes.
Is that the correct position?
It's the correct position.
You have been sued in a case in Eldoret by your client.
Yes.
I'm aware that the case is pending.
Yes.
What is the case about?
Do you want me to touch on...
If you're comfortable, if you do not want to talk about it, you can tell me.
I'm not comfortable.
You're not comfortable going to the details.
Yes.
But the bottom line is your client in that suit has made an allegation against you.
Yes, I know.
Why would you say no in paragraph 7, part A?
Maybe my understanding was, is it a matter that has been concluded?
No, it says allegations pending of professional misconduct. It's a matter pending in court.
If it is allegations pending professional misconduct, then it should have gone to LSK, because this is a matter that was taken directly to because it's not, I don't think it touches on professional misconduct.
The matter doesn't touch on professional conduct?
I don't, because it's not been ruled on. It is a matter that is in court.
I'm aware it is in court. That's why I'm not pushing you to go into the details. I am aware that it is pending in court. But I'm also aware that the allegations that your client has made against you that touch on misconduct, professional misconduct. That's why I'm questioning you about paragraph 7.
If then I did not indicate that, then that was an oversight on my part.
Okay.
Yes.
So now, about the case. When was the case filed?
I don't know. From my advocates. Can I refer to my file?
Okay, you can look at it. Maybe I can help you.
Yes.
It's a case that was filed in 2013. You found your file?
Yes, just a moment.
Number 283 of 2013.
Yes, 283 of 2013.
So it has been pending in court for about 8 years.
Yes.
It's very serious backlog.
Pardon?
It is very serious backlog, isn't it? This particular case. It is backlog.
Oh yes, oh yes.
It is backlog.
Yes.
Why has it taken so long to resolve?
It's the court, my lady. That is what we've been discussing here.
What has the court not done?
Now, I wouldn't want to go into that. Yes, because personally, I'm just waiting maybe to be called to give my part of the story. I don't know whether they finished theirs. I already have an advocate on record, I think you can say.
Okay.
Yes.
And it doesn't bother you that as a client that your case has taken so long in court?
It has bothered me. I'm always in these court corridors. I mean, most of these issues, my lady, Your Honor, really bothers. There is no way you'd even want to have something smaller hanging around you, something like this.
Yes.
And you can even see the figures that are involved, my lady, who would want to talk. That's an issue you wouldn't want, to even taint your name. You would want to get rid of them. Yes.
Okay, my last question is, have you taken any steps to try and see that this matter is expedited now that it's very old?
Pardon?
Have you taken any steps to see to it that this matter is expedited now that it's very old?
Really, Your Honor, that's why I'd given my advocate this matter. And if that is what you're going, in fact, I'm seeing the sense of it, then I can maybe ask my advocate to move in tandem with them and see what they can do. I think that will be the fairest way to go about it. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just to notify you, there was another complaint that we'd also received. We saw your response. It's before the commission and it will be considered. I don't have any other question for you. Thank you for your patience. I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'm so grateful.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Rwande. Council, this brings us to the end of this session. And on behalf of the Commission, I want to thank you for your patience and also for availing yourself and also answering questions to the best of your ability, Council. And Honorable Commissioners, members of the public, ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of the process of interviewing candidates for the position of Chief Justice. It has been 2 great weeks listening to some of the best legal minds from judges, practitioners, and academics. The openness of this process has revealed the high legal resource that this country possesses. We want to thank members of the public and other stakeholders for their keen interest in this process and enriching it greatly. As a commission, we are very committed to ensuring a credible process and nominate the most deserving candidate when the time comes. We want to thank the candidates for their willingness to serve the judiciary at this very high level and for the courage to present to themselves to be subjected to this process, especially the public interviewing process. Sometimes it may appear a bit intrusive, but that is public service, and particularly judiciary, where the bar is set quite high. As we said yesterday, the rule of law applies to every institution, individual or authority, and JSC is not an exception. As an institution that is committed to the rule of law, we will wait for the court process to be concluded before we resume and conclude the process in terms of announcing our nominee and also commencing the process of interviewing the judges of the Supreme Court. So once again, and I wish to thank all of you, commissioners, for your hard work, for your patience, and also for your resilience. Not to forget the JSC Secretariat, led by Honorable Secretary Anna Madi and Honorable Registrar of JSC, Frida Mokaya, for their administrative support in this process. So ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of this process, and we also want to thank the media, the Commission, and the members of the fourth estate for comprehensively covering the interviews and keeping members of the public and the world at large informed of the process. So thank you very much on behalf of the commissioners. God bless you, and God bless Kenya. Thank you.
Yes, yes, yes.